Canto First, to the Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. Canto First. Autumn departs, but still his mantle's fold rests on the groves of noble Somerville, beneath a shroud of russet dropped with gold. Tweed and his tributaries mingle still, hoarser the wind and deeper sounds the rill, yet lingering notes of sylvan music swell. The deep-toned cushat and the redbreast shrill, and yet some tints of summer splendour tell, when the broad sun sinks down on Ettrick's western fell. Autumn departs from Gala's fields no more, come rural sounds our kindred banks to cheer, blent with the stream and gale that wafts it o'er. No more the distant reaper's mirth we hear, the last blithe shout hath died upon our ear, and harvest home hath hushed the clanging wain. On the waste hill no forms of life appear, save where, sad laggard of the autumnal train, some age-struck wanderer gleans, few ears of scattered grain. Deemest thou these saddened scenes have pleasure still? Lovest thou through autumn's fading realms to stray, to see the heath-flower withered on the hill, to listen to the wood's expiring lay, to note the red leaf shivering on the spray, to mark the last bright tints the mountain stain, on the waste fields to trace the gleaner's way, and moralize on mortal joy and pain? Oh, if such scenes thou lovest, scorn not the minstrel strain. No, do not scorn, although its hoarser note scarce with the cushat's homely song can vie, though faint its beauties as the tints remote that gleam through mist in autumn's evening sky, and few as leaves that tremble sere and dry, when wild November hath his bugle wound. Nor mock my toil, a lonely gleaner I, through fields time wasted, on sad inquest bound, where happier bards of yore have richer harvest found. So shalt thou list, and haply not unmoved, to a wild tale of Alban's warrior day. In distant lands, by the rough west reproved, still live some relics of the ancient lay. For when on Coolin's hills the lights decay, with such the seer of sky the eve beguiles, 'tis known amid the pathless wastes of Ray, in Harry's known, and in Ionia's piles, where rest from mortal coil the mighty of the isles. Wake, maid of Lorn, the minstrels sung, thy rugged halls a Tornish rung, and the dark seas, thy towers that lave, heaved on the beach a softer wave, as mid the tuneful fire to keep the dire passon of the deep, lulled were the winds on Innenmore and green Loch Allen's woodland shore, as if wild woods and waves had pleasure in listing to the lovely measure, and never to symphony more sweet gave mountain echoes answer meet, since met from mainland and from isle, Ross, Arran, Islay, and Argyle, each minstrel's tributary lay paid homage to the festal day. Dull and dishonoured were the bard, worthless of guerdon and regard, deaf to the hope of minstrel fame, or ladies' smiles, his noblest aim, who on that morn's resistless call was silent in a Cornish hall. Wake, maid of Lorn, 'twas thus they sung, and yet more proud the descant rung. Wake, maid of Lorn, high right is ours, to charm dull sleep from beauty's bowers. Earth, ocean, air, have naught so shy, but owns the power of minstrelsy. In Lettermore the timid deer will pause the harp's wild chime to hear. Rude Isca's seal through surges dark will long pursue the minstrel's bark to list his notes. The eagle proud will poise him on Ben Caileach's cloud. Then let not maidens' ear disdain the summons of the minstrel train, but while our harps wild music make, Edith of Lorn, awake, awake! Awake while dawn with dewy shine wakes nature's charms to vie with thine. She bids the mottled thrush rejoice, to mate thy melody of voice. The dew that on the violet lies mocks the dark lustre of thine eyes. But, Edith, wake, and all we see of sweet and fair shall yield to thee. She comes not yet, grey Ferrand cried. Brethren, let softer spell be tried. Those notes prolonged, that soothing theme, which best may mix with beauty's dream, and whisper with their silvery tone the hope she loves, yet fears to own. He spoke, and on the harp strings died the strains of flattery and of pride. More soft, more low, more tender fell the lay of love he bade them tell. Wake, maid of Lorn, the moments fly, which yet that maiden name allow. Wake, maiden, wake, the hour is nigh, when love shall claim a plighted vow. By fear thy bosom's fluttering guest, by hope that soon shall fears remove, we bid thee break the bonds of rest, and wake thee at the call of love. Wake, Edith, wake, in yonder bay lies many a galley gaily manned. We hear the merry pibrochs play, we see the streamer's silken band. What chieftains praise these pibrochs swell? What crest is on these banners wove? The harp, the minstrel dare not tell, the riddle must be read by love. Retired her maiden train among, Edith of Lorn received the song, but tamed the minstrel's pride had been, that had her cold demeanour seen. For not upon her cheek awoke the glow of pride when flattery spoke, nor could their tenderest numbers bring one sigh responsive to the string. As vainly had her maidens vied in skill to deck the princely bride. Her locks in dark brown length arrayed, Kathleen of Ulm, 'twas thine to braid. Young Eva with meet reverence drew on the light foot the silken shoe, while on the ankles slender round those strings of pearl fair Bertha wound, that bleached Loch Ryan's depth within seemed dusky still on Edith's skin, but Einion, of experience old, had weightiest task the mantle's fold. In many an artful plait she tied, to show the form it seemed to hide, till on the floor descending rolled its waves of crimson blent with gold. Oh, lives there now so cold a maid, who thus in beauty's pomp arrayed, in beauty's proudest pitch of power and conquest won the bridal hour, with every charm that wins the heart, by nature given, enhanced by art, could yet the fair reflection view in the bright mirror pictured true, and not one dimple on her cheek a telltale consciousness bespeak? Lives still such maid? Fair damsels, say, for further vouches not my lay, save that such lived in Britain's isle, when Lorn's bright Edith scorned to smile. But Morag, to whose fostering care proud Lorn had given his daughter fair, Morag, who saw a mother's aid by all a daughter's love repaid, strict was that bond, most kind of all, inviolate in Highland hall. Grey Morag sate a space apart, in Edith's eyes to read her heart. In vain the attendants fond appeal to Morag's skill, to Morag's zeal. She marked her child receive their care, cold as the image sculptured fair, form of some sainted patroness, which cloistered maids combine to dress. She marked and knew her nursling's heart, in the vain pomp took little part. Wistful a while she gazed, then pressed the maiden to her anxious breast, in finished loveliness, and led to where a turret's airy head, slender and steep and battled round, overlooked dark Mull, thy mighty sound, where thwarting tides with mingled roar part thy swarth hills from Morven's shore. "Daughter," she said, "these seas behold, round twice 100 islands rolled, from Hurt that hears their northern roar, to the green Ile's fertile shore, or mainland turn, where many a tower owns thy bold father's feudal power, each on its own dark cape reclined, and listening to its own wild wind, from where Mingarry, sternly placed, overawes the woodland and the waste, to where Dunstaffnage hears the raging of Connell with his rocks engaging. Thinkest thou, amid this ample round, a single brow but thine has frowned, to sadden this auspicious morn, that bids the daughter of high Lorn in pledge her spousal faith to wed the heir of mighty Somerled, Ronald, from many a hero sprung, the fair, the valiant, and the young, Lord of the Isles, whose lofty name 1,000 bards have given to fame, the mate of monarchs, and allied on equal terms with England's pride, from chieftain's tower to bondsman's cot. Who hears the tale and triumphs not? The damsel dons her best attire, the shepherd lights his beltane fire. Joy, joy, each warder's hall hath sung, joy, joy, each matin bell hath rung. The holy priest says grateful mass Loud shouts each hardy gala glass. No mountain den holds outcast boor Of heart so dull, of soul so poor, But he hath flung his task aside, And claimed this morn for holy tide. Yet, empress of this joyful day, Edith is sad, while all are gay. Proud Edith's soul came to her eye, Resentment checked the struggling sigh, Her hurrying hand indignant dried The burning tears of injured pride. Morag, forbear, or lend thy praise To swell yon hireling harper's lays. Make to yon maids thy boast of power, That they may waste a wandering hour, Telling of banners proudly borne, Of pealing bell and bugle horn, Or, theme more dear, of robes of price, Crownlets and gauds of rare device. But thou, experienced as thou art, Thinkest thou with these to cheat the heart, That, bound in strong affection's chain, Looks for return, and looks in vain? No, sum thine Edith's wretched lot In these brief words: he loves her not. Debate it not, too long I strove To call his cold observance love, All blinded by the league that styled Edith of Lorn, while yet a child. She tripped the heath by Morag's side, The brave Lord Ronald's destined bride. Ere yet I saw him from afar, His broadsword blazed in Scotland's war. Trained to believe our fates the same, My bosom throbbed when Ronald's name Came gracing fame's heroic tale, Like perfume on the summer gale. What pilgrim sought our halls, nor told Of Ronald's deeds in battle bold? Who touched the harp to heroes' praise, But his achievements swelled the lays? Even Morag, not a tale of fame Was hers, but closed with Ronald's name. He came, and all that had been told Of his high worth seemed poor and cold, Tame, lifeless, void of energy, Unjust to Ronald and to me. Since then, what thought had Edith's heart, And gave not plighted love its part? And what requital, cold delay, Excuse that shunned the spousal day? It dawns, and Ronald is not here. Hunts he Bentalla's nimble deer? Or loiters he in secret dell, To bid some lighter love farewell, And swear that though he may not scorn A daughter of the house of Lorn, Yet, when these formal rites are o'er, Again they meet to part no more? Hush, daughter, hush! Thy doubts remove, More nobly think of Ronald's love. Look, where beneath the castle grey His fleet unmoor from Aros bay. Seest not each galley's topmast bend, As on the yards the sails ascend? Hiding the dark blue land they rise, Like the white clouds on April skies. The shouting vassals man the oars, Behind them sink Mull's mountain shores. Onward their merry course they keep, Through whistling breeze and foaming deep, And mark the headmost seaward cast Stoop to the freshening gale her mast, As if she veiled its bannered pride, To greet afar her prince's bride. Thy Ronald comes, and while in speed his galley mates the flying steed, he chides her sloth. Fair Edith sighed, blushed, sadly smiled, and thus replied: Sweet thought, but vain, no, Morag, mark, type of his course, yon lonely bark, that oft hath shifted helm and sail to win its way against the gale. Since peep of morn my vacant eyes have viewed by fits the course she tries. Now, though the darkening scud comes on, and dawn's fair promises be gone, and though the weary crew may see our sheltering haven on their lee, still closer to the rising wind they strive her shivering sail to bind, still nearer to the shelves' dread verge. At every tack her course they urge, as if they feared a tarnish more than adverse winds and breakers' roar. Sooth spoke the maid. Amid the tide the skiff she marked lay tossing sore, and shifted oft her stooping side in weary tack from shore to shore. Yet on her destined course no more she gained of forward way than what a minstrel may compare with the poor meed which peasants share, who toil the lifelong day. And such the risk her pilot braves, that oft before she wore her boltsprit kissed the broken waves, where in white foam the ocean raves upon the shelving shore. Yet to their destined purpose true, undaunted toiled her hardy crew, nor looked where shelter lay, nor for a Tarnish castle drew, nor steered for Aros bay. Thus while they strove with wind and seas, borne onward by the willing breeze, Lord Ronald's fleet swept by, streamed with silk and tricked with gold, manned with the noble and the bold of island chivalry. Around their prows the ocean roars, and chafes beneath their thousand oars, yet bears them on their way. So fumes the war-horse in his might, that field-ward bears some valiant knight, champs till both bit and boss are white. On each gay deck they might behold lances of steel and crests of gold, and hauberks with their burnished fold that shimmered fair and free. And each proud galley, as she passed, to the wild cadence of the blast gave wilder minstrelsy. Full many a shrill triumphant note Saline and Scalassal bade float their misty shores around, and Morven's echoes answered well, and Duart heard the distant swell come down the darksome sound. So bore they on with mirth and pride, and if that labouring bark they spied, 'twas with such idle eye as nobles cast on lowly boor, when toiling in his task obscure they pass him careless by. Let them sweep on with heedless eyes, but had they known what mighty prize in that frail vessel lay, the famished wolf that prowls the wold had scatheless passed the unguarded fold, ere drifting by those galleys bold, unchallenged were her way. And thou, Lord Ronald, sweep thou on with mirth and pride and minstrel tone. But hadst thou known who sailed so nigh, far other glance were in thine eye, far other flush were on thy brow, that, shaded by the bonnet now, assumes but ill the blithesome cheer of bridegroom when the bride is near. Yes, sweep they on, we will not leave for them that triumph, those who grieve with that armada gay. Be laughter loud, and jocund shout, and bards to cheer the wassail rout, with tale, romance, and lay, and of wild mirth each clamorous art, which if it cannot cheer the heart, may stupefy and stun its smart for one loud busy day. Yes, sweep they on, but with that skiff abides the minstrel tale, where there was dread of surge and cliff, and toil that strained each sinew stiff, and one sad maiden's wail. All day with fruitless strife they toiled, with eve the ebbing currents boiled, more fierce from strait and lake, and midway through the channel met conflicting tides that foam and fret, and high their mingled billows jet, as spears that in the battle set spring upward as they break. Then too the lights of eve were past, and louder sung the western blast on rocks of Inin More. Rent was the sail, and strained the mast, and many a leak was gaping fast, and the pale steersman stood aghast, and gave the conflict o'er. 'Twas then that one, whose lofty look nor labour dulled, nor terror shook, thus to the leader spoke: "Brother, how hopest thou to abide the fury of this wildered tide, or how avoid the rock's rude side until the day has broke? Didst thou not mark the vessel reel, with quivering planks and groaning keel, at the last billow's shock? Yet how of better counsel tell, though here thou seest poor Isabel, half dead with want and fear? Or look on sea, or look on land, or yon dark sky, on every hand despair and death are near. For her alone I grieve, on me danger sits light by land and sea. I follow where thou wilt, either to bide the tempest's lour, or wend to yon unfriendly tower, or rush amid their naval power, with war cry wake their wassail hour, and die with hand on hilt." That elder leader's calm reply in steady voice was given: "In man's most dark extremity oft succour dawns from heaven. Edward, trim thou the shattered sail, the helm be mine, and down the gale let our free course be driven. So shall we scape the western bay, the hostile fleet, the unequal fray, so safely hold our vessel's way beneath the castle wall. Or if a hope of safety rest, 'tis on the sacred name of guest, who seeks for shelter, storm distressed, within a chieftain's hall. If not, it best beseems our worth, our name, our right, our lofty birth, by noble hands to fall." The helm, to his strong arm consigned, gave the reefed sail to meet the wind, and on her altered way. Fierce bounding forward sprung the ship, like greyhound starting from the slip to seize his flying prey. Awaked before the rushing prow, the mimic fires of ocean glow, those lightnings of the wave. Wild sparkles crest the broken tides, and flashing round the vessel's sides, with elvish lustre lave, while far behind their livid light to the dark billows of the night a gloomy splendour gave. It seems as if old ocean shakes from his dark brow the livid flakes in envious pageantry, to match the meteor light that streaks grim Hecla's midnight sky. Nor lacked they steadier light to keep their course upon the darkened deep, a Taunish on her frowning steep, twixt cloud and ocean hung, glanced with 1,000 lights of glee, and landward far and far to sea her festal radiance flung. By that blithe beacon light they steered, whose lustre mingled well with the pale beam that now appeared, as the cold moon her head upreared above the eastern bell. Thus guided, on their course they bore, until they neared the mainland shore, when frequent on the hollow blast wild shouts of merriment were cast, and wind and wave and sea-bird's cry with wassail sounds in concert vie, like funeral shrieks with revelry, or like the battle shout by peasants heard from cliffs on high, when triumph, rage, and agony madden the fight and rout. Now nearer yet, through mist and storm, dimly arose the castle's form, and deepened shadow made, far lengthened on the main below, where dancing in reflected glow 100 torches played, spangling the wave with lights as vain as pleasures in this vale of pain, that dazzle as they fade. Beneath the castle's sheltering lee they stayed their course in quiet sea, hewn in the rock passage there sought the dark fortress, by a stair so straight, so high, so steep. With peasant's staff one valiant band might well the dizzy pass have manned, 'gainst hundreds armed with spear and brand, and plunged them in the deep. His bugle then the helmsman wound, loud answered every echo round, from turret, rock, and bay. The postern's hinges crash and groan, and soon the warder's cresset shone on those rude steps of slippery stone, to light the upward way. "Thrice welcome, holy sire," he said, "full long the spousal train have stayed, and vexed at thy delay, feared lest amidst these wildering seas the darksome night and freshening breeze had driven thy bark astray." "Warder," the younger stranger said, "thine erring guess some mirth had made in mirthful hour, but nights like these, when the rough winds wake western seas, brook not of glee. We crave some aid and needful shelter for this maid, until the break of day. For, to ourselves, the deck's rude plank is easy as the mossy bank that's breathed upon by May. And for our storm-tossed skiff we seek short shelter in this leeward creek, Prompt when the dawn the east shall streak, again to bear away." Answered the warder, "In what name assert ye hospitable claim? Whence come, or whither bound? Hath Erin seen your parting sails? Or come ye on Norweyan gales? And seek ye England's fertile vales, Or Scotland's mountain ground?" Warriors, for other title none, For some brief space we list to own, Bound by a vow. Warriors are we, in strife by land and storm by sea, We have been known to fame. And these brief words have import dear When sounded in a noble ear, To harbour safe and friendly cheer That gives us rightful claim. Grant us the trivial boon we seek, And we in other realms will speak Fair of your courtesy. Deny, and be your niggard hold, Scorned by the noble and the bold, Shunned by the pilgrim on the wold, And wanderer on the lea. Bold stranger, know, 'gainst claim like thine No bolt revolves by hand of mine, Though urged in tone that more expressed A monarch than a suppliant guest. Be what ye will, the Tornish hall On this glad eve is free to all, Though ye had drawn a hostile sword 'Gainst our great ally, England's lord, Or mail upon your shoulders borne To battle with the Lord of Lorn, Or outlawed dwelt by greenwood tree With the fierce knight of Ellerslie, Or aided e'en the murderous strife When Comyn fell beneath the knife Of that fell homicide, the Bruce, This night had been a term of truce. Ho, vassals, give these guests your care, And show the narrow postern stair." To land these two bold brethren leapt, The weary crew their vessel kept, And lighted by the torches' flare That seaward flung their smoky glare, The younger knight that maiden bare, Half lifeless up the rock. On his strong shoulder leaned her head, And down her long dark tresses shed, As the wild vine, in tendrils spread, Droops from the mountain oak. Him followed close that elder lord, And in his hand a sheathed sword, Such as few arms could wield. But when he bound him to such task, Well could it cleave the strongest casque, And rend the surest shield. The raised portcullis arch they pass, The wicket with its bars of brass, The entrance long and low, Flanked at each turn by loopholes strait, Where bowmen might in ambush wait, If force or fraud should burst the gate To gall an entering foe. But every jealous post of ward Was now defenceless and unbarred, And all the passage free To one low browed and vaulted room, Where squire and yeoman, page and groom, Plied their loud revelry. "And rest ye here," the warder bade, "Till to our lord your suit is said. And, comrades, gaze not on the maid, And on these men who ask our aid, As if ye never had seen A damsel tired of midnight bark, Or wanderers of a moulding stark, And bearing martial mien. But not for Eachann's reproof Would page or vassal stand aloof, But crowded on to stare, As men of courtesy untaught, till fiery Edward, roughly caught from one the foremost there, his checkered plaid, and in its shroud, to hide her from the vulgar crowd, involved his sister fair. His brother, as the clansman bent his sullen brow in discontent, made brief and stern excuse: "Vassal, were thine the cloak of pall that decks thy lord in bridal hall, 'twere honoured by her use." Proud was his tone, but calm his eye, had that compelling dignity, his mien that bearing haught and high, which common spirits fear. Needed nor word nor signal more, nod, wink, and laughter, all were awe, upon each other back they bore, and gazed like startled deer. But now appeared the Seneschal, commissioned by his lord to call the strangers to the Baron's hall, where feasted fair and free that island prince in nuptial tied, with Edith there his lovely bride, and her bold brother by her side, and many a chief, the flower and pride of western land and sea. Here pause we, gentles, for a space, and if our tale hath won your grace, grant us brief patience, and again we will renew the minstrel strain. End of Canto First. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Canto Second of The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. Canto Second. Fill the bright goblet, spread the festive board, summon the gay, the noble, and the fair. Through the loud hall in joyous concert poured, let mirth and music sound the dirge of care. But ask thou not if happiness be there, if the loud laugh disguise convulsive throw, or if the brow the heart's true livery wear. Lift not the festal mask, enough to know no scene of mortal life, but teems with mortal woe. With beakers' clang, with harpers' lay, with all that olden time deemed gay, the island chieftain feasted high, but there was in his troubled eye a gloomy fire, and on his brow now sudden flashed and faded now emotions such as draw their birth from deeper source than festal mirth. By fits he paused, and harper's strain and jester's tale went round in vain, or fell but on his idle ear like distant sounds which dreamers hear. Then would he rouse him and employ each art to aid the clamorous joy, and call for pledge and lay. And for brief space of all the crowd, as he was loudest of the loud, seemed gayest of the gay. Yet naught amiss the bridal throng marked in brief mirth, or musing long the vacant brow, the unlistening ear they gave to thoughts of raptures near, and his fierce starts of sudden glee seemed bursts of bridegroom's ecstasy. Nor thus alone misjudged the crowd, since lofty Lorn, suspicious, proud, and jealous of his honoured line, and that keen knight, the Argentine, from England sent on errand high, the Western League more firm to tie, both deemed in Ronald's mood to find a lover's transport troubled mind. But one sad heart, one tearful eye, pierced deeper through the mystery, and watched with agony and fear the wayward bridegroom's varied cheer. She watched, yet feared to meet his glance, and he shunned hers, till when by chance they met, the point of foeman's lance had given a milder pang. Beneath the intolerable smart he writhed, then sternly manned his heart to play his hard but destined part, and from the table sprang. "Fill me the mighty cup," he said, "erst owned by royal Somerled, fill it till on the studded brim in burning gold the bubbles swim, and every gem of varied shine glow doubly bright in rosy wine. To you, brave lord and brother mine of Lorn, this pledge I drink, the union of our house with thine by this fair bridal link." "Let it pass round," quoth he of Lorn, "and in good time that winded horn must of the Abbot tell. The laggard monk is come at last." Lord Ronald heard the bugle blast, and on the floor at random cast the untasted goblet fell. But when the warder in his ear tells other news, his blither cheer returns like sun of May, when through a thunder cloud it beams. Lord of 200 isles, he seems as glad of brief delay as some poor criminal might feel when from the gibbet or the wheel respited for a day. "Brother of Lorn," with hurried voice he said, "and you, fair lords, rejoice, here to augment our glee. Come wandering knights from travel far, well proved, they say, in strife of war and tempest on the sea. Ho! give them at your board such place as best their presence seems to grace, and bid them welcome free." With solemn step and silver wand the Seneschal the presence scanned of these strange guests, and well he knew how to assign their rank its due. For though the costly furs that erst had decked their caps were torn, and their gay robes were overworn, and soiled their gilded spurs, yet such a high commanding grace was in their mien and in their face, as suited best the princely dais and royal canopy. And there he marshalled them their place, first of that company. Then lords and ladies spake aside, and angry looks the error chide, that gave to guests unnamed, unknown, a place so near their prince's throne. But Owen Erort said, "For 40 years a seneschal, to marshal guests in bower and hall has been my honoured trade. Worship and birth to me are known by look, by bearing, and by tone, not by furred robe or broidered zone, and 'gainst an oaken bough I'll gauge my silver wand of state, that these 3 strangers oft have sate in higher place than now." "I too," the aged Ferrand said, "am qualified by minstrel trade of rank and place to tell. Marked ye the younger stranger's eye, my mates, how quick, how keen, how high, how fierce its flashes fell, glancing among the festal rout, as if to seek the noblest out, because the owner might not brook on any save his peers to look? And yet it moves me more, that steady, calm, majestic brow, with which The elder chief e'en now scanned the gay presence o'er, like being of superior kind, in whose high-toned, impartial mind degrees of mortal rank and state seem objects of indifferent weight. The lady too, though closely tied, the mantle veil both face and eye, her motion's grace it could not hide, nor cloud her form's fair symmetry. Suspicious doubt and lordly scorn lowered on the haughty front of Lorn. From underneath his brows of pride the stranger guests he sternly eyed, and whispered closely what the ear of Argentine alone might hear, then questioned high and brief, if in their voyage aught they knew of the rebellious Scottish crew, who to Rath Erin's shelter drew with Carrick's outlawed chief, and if, their winter's exile o'er, they harboured still by Ulster's shore, or launched their galleys on the main to vex their native land again. That younger stranger, fierce and high, at once confronts the chieftain's eye with look of equal scorn. Of rebels have we naught to show, but if of royal Bruce thou'dst know, I warn thee he has sworn, ere thrice 3 days shall come and go, his banner Scottish winds shall blow, despite each mean or mighty foe, from England's every bill and bow to Alistair of Lorn. Kindled the mountain chieftain's ire, but Ronald quenched the rising fire. Brother, it better suits the time to chase the night with Ferrand's rhyme, than wake midst mirth and wine the jars that flow from these unhappy wars. Content, said Lorn, and spoke apart with Ferrand, master of his art, then whispered Argentine, the lay I named will carry smart to these bold strangers' haughty heart, if right this guess of mine. He ceased, and it was silence all, until the minstrel waked the hall.
The Brooch of Lorn.
Whence the brooch of burning gold that clasps the chieftain's mantle fold, wrought and chased with rare device, studded fair with gems of price, on the varied tartans beaming, as through night's pale rainbow gleaming, fainter now seen afar, fitful shines the northern star? Gem never wrought on highland mountain, did the fairy of the fountain, or the mermaid of the wave, frame thee in some coral cave? Did in Iceland's darksome mine dwarfs' swarth hands thy metal twine? Or mortal moulded comest thou here from England's love, or France's fear? No, thy splendours nothing tell, foreign art or fairy spell, moulded thou for monarch's use by the overweening Bruce, when the royal robe he tied o'er a heart of wrath and pride. Thence in triumph wert thou torn by the victor hand of Lorn. While the gem was won and lost, widely was the war cry tossed, rung aloud Bendorish fell, answered Duchart's sounding bell, fled the deer from wild Teendrum, when the homicide overcome, hardly scaped with scathe and scorn, left the pledge with conquering Lorn. Vain was then the Douglas brand, vain the Campbell's vaunted hand, vain Kirkpatrick's bloody dirk, making sure of murder's work. Barren down fled fast away fled the fiery De la Haye, when this brooch triumphant borne beamed upon the breast of Lorn. Farthest fled its former lord, left his men to brand and cord, bloody hand of Highland steel, English gibbet, axe and wheel, let him fly from coast to coast, dogged by Comyn's vengeful ghost, while his spoils in triumph worn long shall grace victorious Lorn.
End of The Brooch of Morn.
As glares the tiger on his foes, hemmed in by hunters' spears and bows, and ere he bounds upon the ring, selects the object of his spring, now on the bard, now on his lord, so Edward glared and grasped his sword, but stern his brother spoke, "Be still! What, art thou yet so wild of will, after high deeds and sufferings long, to chafe thee for a menial's song? Well hast thou framed, old man, thy strains, to praise the hand that pays thy pains, yet something might thy song have told of Lorn's three vassals, true and bold, who rent their lord from Bruce's hold, as underneath his knee he lay, and died to save him in the fray. I've heard the Bruce's cloak and clasp was clenched within their dying grasp. What time 100 foemen more rushed in, and back the victor bore, long after Lorn had left the strife, full glad to 'scape with limb and life. Enough of this, and, minstrel, hold, as minstrel hire, this chain of gold for future lays, a fair excuse to speak more nobly of the Bruce. Now by Columba's shrine I swear, and every saint that's buried there, 'tis he himself," Lorn sternly cries, "and for my kinsman's death he dies," as loudly Ronald calls, "Forbear! Not in my sight, while brand I wear, overmatched by odds, shall warrior fall, or blood of stranger stain my hall. This ancient fortress of my race shall be misfortune's resting place, shelter and shield of the distressed, no slaughter house for shipwrecked guest." "Talk not to me," fierce Lorn replied, "of odds or match. When Comyn died, 3 daggers clashed within his side. Talk not to me of sheltering hall, the church of God saw Comyn fall, on God's own altar streamed his blood, while o'er my prostrate kinsman stood the ruthless murderer, even as now, with armed hand and scornful brow. Up, all who love me, blow on blow, and lay the outlawed felons low." Then up sprung many a mainland lord, obedient to their chieftain's word. A Chaldean's arm is high in air, and Kuloch Alim's blade is bare. Black Murthok's dirk has left its sheath, and clenched is Dermid's hand of death. Their muttered threats of vengeance swell into a wild and warlike yell. Onward they press with weapons high, the affrighted females shriek and fly, and Scotland then, thy brightest ray had darkened ere its noon of day. But every chief of birth and fame that from the isles of ocean came, at Ronald's side that hour withstood fierce Lorn's relentless thirst for blood. Brave Torquil from Dunvegan high, lord of the misty hills of Skye, MacNeil, wild Barra's ancient thane, Duart of bold Clan Gillian's strain, Fergus of Canna's castled bay, Macduffith, lord of Colonsay. Soon as they saw the broadsword's glance, with ready weapons rose at once, more prompt that many an ancient feud, full oft suppressed, full oft renewed, flowed twixt the chieftains of Argyle, and many a lord of Ocean's isle. Wild was the scene, each sword was bare, back streamed each chieftain's shaggy hair, in gloomy opposition set, eyes, hands, and brandished weapons met. Blue gleaming o'er the social board, flashed to the torches many a sword, and soon those bridal lights may shine on purple blood or rosy wine. While thus for blows and death prepared, each heart was up, each weapon bared, each foot advanced, a surly pause still reverenced hospitable laws. All menaced violence, but alike reluctant each the first to strike. For aye accursed in minstrel line is he who brawls mid song and wine, and matched in numbers and in might, doubtful and desperate seemed the fight. Thus threat and murmur died away, till on the crowded hall there lay such silence as the deadly still, ere bursts the thunder on the hill. With blade advanced, each chieftain bold showed like the sworder's form of old, as wanting still the torch of life to wake the marble into strife. That awful pause the stranger made, and Edith ceased to pray for aid, as to D'Argentine they clung. Away her veil the stranger flung, and lovely, mid her wild despair, fast streamed her eyes, wide flowed her hair. O thou, of knighthood once the flower, sure refuge in distressful hour, thou who in Judah well hast fought for our dear faith, and oft hast sought renown in knightly exercise, when this poor hand has dealt the prize, say, can thy soul of honour brook on the unequal strife to look, when butchered thus in peaceful hall those once thy friends, my brethren, fall? To Argentine she turned her word, but her eye sought the island lord. A flush like evening's setting flame glowed on his cheek, his hardy frame as with a brief convulsion shook. With hurried voice and eager look, "Fear not," he said, "my Isabel." "What?" said I, "Edith, all is well. Nay, fear not, I will well provide the safety of my lovely bride." "My bride?" But there the accents clung in tremor to his faltering tongue. Now rose D'Argentine to claim the prisoners in his sovereign's name, to England's crown, who, vassals sworn, 'gainst their liege lord had weapon borne. Such speech, I ween, was but to hide his care, their safety to provide, for knight more true in thought and deed than Argentine never spurred a steed. And Ronald, who his meaning guessed, seemed half to sanction the request. This purpose fiery Torquil broke. "Somewhat we've heard of England's yoke," he said, "and in our island's fame hath whispered of a lawful claim that calls the Bruce fair Scotland's lord, though dispossessed by foreign sword. This craves reflection. But though right and just the charge of England's knight, let England's crown her rebels seize where she has power. In towers like these, midst Scottish chieftains summoned here to bridal mirth and bridal cheer, be sure, with no consent of mine, shall either Lorn or Argentine, with chains or violence in our sight, oppress a brave and banished knight." Then waked the wild debate again, with brawling threat and clamour vain. Vassals and menials thronging in, lent their brute rage to swell the din, when, far and wide, A bugle clang from the dark ocean upward rang. "The Abbot comes!" they cry at once, "the holy man, whose favoured glance hath sainted visions known. Angels have met him on the way, beside the blessed Martyr's Bay, and by Columba's stone. His monks have heard their hymnings high sound from the summit of Dun Wye, to cheer his penance lone. When at each cross, on girth and wold, their number thrice 100-fold, his prayer he made, his beads he told, with abbays many a one. He comes our feuds to reconcile, a sainted man from sainted isle. We will his holy doom abide, the Abbot shall our strife decide." Scarcely this fair accord was o'er, when through the wide revolving door the black-stoled brethren wind. 12 sandalled monks, who relics bore, with many a torch-bearer before, and many a cross behind. Then sunk each fierce uplifted hand, and dagger bright and flashing brand dropped swiftly at the sight. They vanished from the churchman's eye, as shooting stars that glance and die dart from the vault of night. The Abbot on the threshold stood, and in his hand the holy rood. Back on his shoulders flowed his hood, the torch's glaring ray showed in its red and flashing light his withered cheek and amice white, his blue eye glistening cold and bright, his tresses scant and grey. "Fair lords," he said, "our Lady's love, and peace be with you from above, and benedicite! But what means this? No peace is here. Do dirks unsheathed suit bridal cheer? Or are these naked brands a seemly show for churchman's sight, when he comes summoned to unite betrothed hearts and hands?" Then, cloaking hate with fiery zeal, proud Lorn first answered the appeal. "Thou comest, holy man, true sons of blessed Church to greet, but little deeming here to meet a wretch beneath the ban of Pope and Church for murder done, even on the sacred altar stone. Well mayest thou wonder we should know such miscreant here, nor lay him low, or dream of greeting peace or truce with excommunicated Bruce. Yet well I grant, to end debate, thou sainted voice decide his fate." Then Ronald pled the stranger's cause, and knighthood's oath and honour's laws, and Isabel on bended knee brought prayers and tears to back the plea, and Edith lent her generous aid, and wept, and Lorn for mercy prayed. "Hence!" he exclaimed, "degenerate maid! Was it not enough to Ronald's bower I brought thee, like a paramour or bondmaid at her master's gate, his careless cold approach to wait? But the bold Lord of Cumberland, the gallant Clifford, seeks thy hand. His it shall be, nay, no reply. Hence, till those rebel eyes be dry." With grief the Abbot heard and saw, yet naught relaxed his brow of awe. Then Argentine, in England's name, so highly urged his sovereign's claim, he waked a spark that long suppressed had smouldered in Lord Ronald's breast, and now, as from the flint the fire, flashed forth at once his generous ire. "Enough of noble blood," he said, "by English Edward had been shed, since matchless Wallace first had been in mockery crowned with wreaths of green, and done to death by felon hand, for guarding well his father's land. Where's Nigel Bruce, and De la Haye, and valiant Seton? Where are they? Where Somerville, the kind and free, and Fraser, flower of chivalry? Have they not been on gibbet bound, their quarters flung to hawk and hound? And hold we here a cold debate, to yield more victims to their fate? What! can the English leopard's mood never be gorged with northern blood? Was not the life of Athol shed to soothe the tyrant's sickened bed? And must his word at dying day be naught but quarter, hang, and slay? Thou frownest, d'Argentine, my gage is prompt to prove the strife I wage. "Nor deem," said stout Dunvegan's knight, "that thou shalt brave alone the fight, By saints of isle and mainland both, by Woden wild (my grandsire's oath), Let Rome and England do their worst, However attainted or accursed, If Bruce shall ever find friends again, Once more to brave a battle plain, If Douglas couch again his lance, Or Randolph dare another chance, Old Torquil will not be to lack, With twice 1,000 at his back. Nay, chafe not at my bearing bold, Good Abbot, for thou knowest of old Torquil's rude thought and stubborn will Smack of the wild Norwegian still, Nor will I barter freedom's cause For England's wealth or Rome's applause." The Abbot seemed, with eye severe, The hardy chieftain's speech to hear, Then on the Monarch turned the monk, But twice his courage came and sunk, Confronted with the hero's look; Twice fell his eye, his accents shook; At length resolved in tone and brow, Sternly he questioned him, "And thou, unhappy, what hast thou to plead? Why I denounce not on thy deed That awful doom which canons tell Shuts paradise and opens hell, Anathema of power so dread It blends the living with the dead, Bids each good angel soar away, And every ill one claim his prey, Expels thee from the Church's care, And deafens heaven against thy prayer, Arms every hand against thy life, Bans all who aid thee in the strife; Nay, each whose succour cold and scant With meanest alms relieves thy want, Haunts thee while living, and when dead Dwells on thy yet devoted head, Rends honour's scutcheon from thy hearse, Stills o'er thy bier the holy verse, And spurns thy corpse from hallowed ground, Flung like vile carrion to the hound. Such is the dire and desperate doom, The sacrilege decreed by Rome, And such the well-deserved meed Of thine unhallowed, ruthless deed." "Abbot," the Bruce replied, "thy charge It boots not to dispute at large. This much, however, I bid thee know, No selfish vengeance dealt the blow, For Comyn died his country's foe; Nor blame I friends whose ill-timed speed Fulfilled my soon repented deed, Nor censure those from whose stern tongue The dire anathema has rung; I only blame mine own wild ire, By Scotland's wrongs incensed to fire. Heaven knows my purpose to atone, Far as I may, the evil done, And hears a penitent's appeal From Papal curse and Prelate's zeal. My first and dearest task achieved, Fair Scotland from her thrall relieved, Shall many a priest in cope and stole Say requiem for red Comyn's soul, While I the blessed cross advance, And expiate this unhappy chance In Palestine with sword and lance. But, while content the Church should know My conscience owns the debt I owe, Unto d'Argentine and Lorn The name of traitor I return, Bid them defiance stern and high, And give them in their throats the lie. These brief words spoke, I speak no more; Do what thou wilt, my shrift is o'er." Like man by prodigy amazed, Upon the King the Abbot gazed, Then o'er his pallid features glance Convulsions of ecstatic trance; His breathing came more thick and fast, And from his pale blue eyes were cast Strange rays of wild and wandering light, uprize his locks of silver white, flushed is his brow through every vein, in azure tide the currents strain, and undistinguished accents broke the awful silence ere he spoke. De Bruce, I rose with purpose dread to speak my curse upon thy head, and give thee as an outcast o'er to him who burns to shed thy gore. But, like the Midianite of old, who stood on Zophim, heaven controlled, I feel within mine aged breast a power that will not be repressed. It prompts my voice, it swells my veins, it burns, it maddens, it constrains. De Bruce, thy sacrilegious blow hath at God's altar slain thy foe. Overmastered yet by high behest, I bless thee, and thou shalt be blest." He spoke, and o'er the astonished throng was silence awful, deep, and long. Again that light has fired his eye, again his form swells bold and high. The broken voice of age is gone, 'tis vigorous manhood's lofty tone. Thrice vanquished on the battle plain, thy followers slaughtered, fled or ta'en, a hunted wanderer on the wild, on foreign shores, a man exiled, disowned, deserted, and distressed. I bless thee, and thou shalt be blessed, blessed in the hall and in the field, under the mantle as the shield, avenger of thy country's shame, restorer of her injured fame, blessed in thy sceptre and thy sword, De Bruce, fair Scotland's rightful lord, blessed in thy deeds and in thy fame. What lengthened honours wait thy name! In distant ages, sire to son shall tell thy tale of freedom won, and teach his infants in the use of earliest speech to falter. Bruce, go then triumphant, sweep along thy course, the theme of many a song. The power whose dictates swell my breast hath blessed thee, and thou shalt be blessed. Enough, my short-lived strength decays, and sinks the momentary blaze. Heaven hath our destined purpose broke, not here must nuptial vow be spoke. Brethren, our errand here is o'er, our task discharged, unmoor, unmoor." His priests received the exhausted monk, as breathless in their arms he sunk. Punctual his orders to obey, the train refused all longer stay, embarked, raised sail, and bore away. End of Canto 2nd. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Canto 3rd of The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. Canto 3rd. Hast thou not marked, when o'er thy startled head sudden and deep the thunder peal has rolled, how, when its echoes fell, a silence dead sunk on the wood, the meadow, and the wold? The ryegrass shakes not on the sod-built fold, the rustling aspen's leaves are mute and still, the wallflower waves not on the ruined hold, till, murmuring distant first, then near and shrill, the savage whirlwind wakes and sweeps the groaning hill. Tarnish such a silence sunk upon thy halls, when that grey monk his prophet speech had spoke, and his obedient brethren's sail was stretched to meet the southern gale before a whisper woke. Then murmuring sounds of doubt and fear close poured in many an anxious ear, the solemn stillness broke. And still they gazed with eager guess, where in an oriel's deep recess the island prince seemed bent to press what Lorn by his impatient cheer and gesture fierce scarce deigned to hear. Starting at length with frowning look, his hand he clenched, his head he shook, and sternly flung apart. And deemest thou me so mean of mood as to forget the mortal feud, and clasp the hand with blood imbrued from my dear kinsman's heart? Is this thy rede? Adieu, return, for ancient league and friendship sworn. But well our mountain proverb shows, the faith of islesmen ebbs and flows. Be it even so, believe ere long he that now bears shall wreak the wrong. Call Edith, call the maid of Lorn, my sister slaves, for further scorn. Be sure nor she nor I will stay. Away, d'Argentine, away! We nor ally nor brother know, in Bruce's friend or England's foe. But who the chieftain's rage can tell, when sought from lowest dungeon cell to highest tower the castle round, no Lady Edith was there found? He shouted, "Falsehood! Treachery! Revenge and blood, a lordly meed to him that will avenge the deed. A baron's lands!" His frantic mood was scarcely by the news withstood that Morag shared his sister's flight, and that in hurry of the night 'scaped noteless and without remark. Two strangers sought the Abbot's bark. "Man every galley! Fly, pursue! The priest his treachery shall rue. Ay, and the time shall quickly come when we shall hear the thanks that Rome will pay his feigned prophecy." Such was fierce Lorn's indignant cry, and Cormac Doyle in haste obeyed, hoisted his sail, his anchor weighed, for, glad of each pretext or spoil, a pirate sworn was Cormac Doyle. But others, lingering, spoke apart. "The maid has given her maiden heart to Ronald of the Isles, and fearful lest her brother's word bestow her on that English lord, she seeks Iona's piles, and wisely deems it best to dwell a votaress in the holy cell, until these feuds so fierce and fell the Abbot reconciles." As impotent of ire the hall echoed to Lorn's impatient call, "My horse, my mantle, and my train! Let none who honours Lorn remain." Courteous but stern, a bold request to Bruce d'Argentine addressed. "Lord Earl," he said, "I cannot choose but yield such title to the Bruce, though name and earldom both are gone, since he braced rebels' armour on. But, earl or serf, rude phrase was thine of late, and launched at Argentine, such as compels me to demand redress of honour at thy hand. We need not to each other tell that both can wield their weapons well. Then do me but the soldier grace, this glove upon thy helm to place, where we may meet in fight. And I will say, as still I've said, though by ambition far misled, thou art a noble knight." "And I," the princely Bruce replied, "might turn it stain on knighthood's pride, that the bright sword of Argentine should in a tyrant's quarrel shine. But for your brave request, be sure the honoured pledge you gave In every battle field shall wave Upon my helmet crest. Believe that if my hasty tongue hath done thine honour causeless wrong, it shall be well redressed. Not dearer to my soul was glove bestowed in youth by ladies' love than this which thou hast given. Thus then, my noble foe, I greet health and high fortune till we meet, and then what pleases Heaven." Thus parted they, for now with sound like waves rolled back from rocky ground, the friends of Lorn retire. Each mainland chieftain with his train draws to his mountain towers again, pondering how mortal schemes prove vain and mortal hopes expire. But through the castle double guard, by Ronald's charge kept wakeful ward, wicket and gate were trebly barred by beam and bolt and chain. Then of the guests in courteous sort he prayed excuse for mirth broke short, and bade them in a Tornish fort in confidence remain. Now torch and menial tendance led chieftain and knight to bower and bed, and beads were told and aves said, and soon they sunk away into such sleep as wont to shed oblivion on the weary head after a toilsome day. But soon uproused the monarch cried to Edward slumbering by his side, "Awake, or sleep for aye!" Even now there jarred a secret door, a taper light gleams on the floor. "Up, Edward, up, I say! Some one glides in like midnight ghost. Nay, strike not, 'tis our noble host." Advancing then, his taper's flame, Ronald stepped forth, and with him came Dunvegan's chief. Each bent the knee to Bruce in sign of fealty, and proffered him his sword, and hailed him in a monarch's style as King of mainland and of isle, and Scotland's rightful lord. "And oh," said Ronald, "owned of Heaven, say, is my erring youth forgiven by falsehood's arts, from duty driven, who rebel falchion drew? Yet ever to thy deeds of fame, even while I strove against thy claim, paid homage just and true?" "Alas, dear youth, the unhappy time," answered the Bruce, "must bear the crime, since guiltier far than you. Even I," he paused, for Falkirk's woes upon his conscious soul arose. The chieftain to his breast he pressed, and in a sigh concealed the rest. They proffered aid by arms and might to repossess him in his right, but well their counsels must be weighed ere banners raised and musters made. The English hire and Lorn's intrigues bound many chiefs in southern leagues. In answer Bruce his purpose bold to his new vassals frankly told. "The winter worn in exile o'er, I longed for Carrick's kindred shore. I thought upon my native air, and longed to see the Burleigh fair that Clifford makes, whose lordly call now echoes through my father's hall. But first my course to Arran led, where valiant Lennox gathers head, and on the sea, by tempest tossed, our barks dispersed, our purpose crossed, mine own a hostile sail to shun, far from her destined course had run, when that wise will which masters ours compelled us to your friendly towers." Then Torquil spoke: "The time craves speed, we must not linger in our deed, But instant pray our sovereign liege to shun the perils of a siege. The vengeful Lorn, with all his powers, lies but too near Artornish towers, And England's light-armed vessels ride not distant far the waves of Clyde, Prompt at these tidings to unmoor, And sweep each strait, and guard each shore. Then, till this fresh alarm pass by, Secret and safe my liege must lie In the fair bounds of friendly sky, Torquil thy pilot and thy guide." "Not so, brave chieftain," Ronald cried, "Myself will on my sovereign wait, And raise in arms the men of Sleat, Whilst thou, renowned where chiefs debate, Shalt sway their souls by counsel sage, And awe them by thy locks of age. And if my words in weight shall fail, This ponderous sword shall turn the scale." "The scheme," said Bruce, "contents me well. Meantime 'twere best that Isabel, For safety, with my bark and crew Again to friendly Erin drew. There Edward too shall with her wend, In need to cheer her and defend, And muster up each scattered friend." Here seemed it as Lord Ronald's ear Would other counsel gladlier hear, But, all achieved, as soon as planned, Both barks in secret, armed and manned, From out the haven bore. On different voyage forth they ply, This for the coast of winged Skye, And that for Erin's shore. With Bruce and Ronald bides the tale, To favouring winds they gave the sail, Till Mull's dark headlands scarce they knew, And Ardnamurchan's hills were blue. But then the squalls blew close and hard, And fain to strike the galley's yard, And take them to the oar. With these rude seas in weary plight They strove the livelong day and night, Nor till the dawning had a sight Of Skye's romantic shore. Where Coolin stoops him to the west, They saw upon his shivered crest The sun's arising gleam. But such the labour and delay, Ere they were moored in Skurrig Bay, For calmer heaven compelled to stay, He shot a western beam. Then Ronald said, "If true mine eye, These are the savage wilds that lie North of Strathnardel and Dun Skye, No human foot comes here. And, since these adverse breezes blow, If my good liege love hunter's bow, What hinders that on land we go, And strike a mountain deer? Allan, my page, shall with us wend, A bow full deftly can he bend, And if we meet a herd, may send A shaft shall mend our cheer." Then each took bow and bolts in hand, Their rowboat launched, and leapt to land, And left their skiff and train, Where a wild stream with headlong shock Came brawling down its bed of rock, To mingle with the main. A while their route they silent made, As men who stalk for mountain deer, Till the good Bruce to Ronald said, "Saint Mary, what a scene is here! I've traversed many a mountain strand abroad, and in my native land, and it has been my lot to tread where safety more than pleasure led. Thus many a waste I've wandered o'er, clomb many a crag, crossed many a moor, but by my Halidome, a scene so rude, so wild as this, yet so sublime in barrenness, never did my wandering footsteps press where'er I happed to roam." No marvel thus the monarch spake, for rarely human eye has known a scene so stern as that dread lake, with its dark ledge of barren stone. Seems that primeval earthquake's sway hath rent a strange and shattered way through the rude bosom of the hill, and that each naked precipice, sable ravine, and dark abyss, tells of the outrage still. The wildest glen but this can show some touch of nature's genial glow. On high Ben More green mosses grow, and heath bells bud in deep Glencoe, and copse on Crooken Ben. But here above, around below, on mountain or in glen, nor tree, nor shrub, nor plant, nor flower, nor aught of vegetative power the weary eye may ken. For all is rocks at random thrown, black waves, bare crags, and banks of stone, as if were here denied the summer sun, the spring's sweet dew, that clothe with many a varied hue the bleakest mountain side. And wilder forward as they wound were the proud cliffs and lake profound. Huge terraces of granite black afforded rude and cumbered track, for from the mountain o'er, hurled headlong in some night of fear, when yelled the wolf and fled the deer, loose crags had toppled o'er, and some chance poised and balanced lay, so that a stripling arm might sway a mass no host could raise. In nature's rage, at random thrown, yet trembling like the Druid's stone on its precarious base, the evening mists with ceaseless change now clothed the mountain's lofty range, now left their foreheads bare, and round the skirts their mantle furled, or on the sable waters curled, or on the eddying breezes whirled, dispersed in middle air, and oft condensed, for once they lower, when brief and fierce the mountain shower pours like a torrent down, and when return the sun's glad beams, whitened with foam, 1,000 streams leap from the mountain's crown. "This lake," said Bruce, "whose barriers drear are precipices sharp and sheer, yielding no track for goat or deer, save the black shelves we tread. How turn you its dark waves, and how yon northern mountain's pathless brow, and yonder peak of dread, that to the evening sun uplifts the grisly gulfs and slaty rifts which seam its shivered head?" "Coriskin call the dark lake's name, Coolin the ridge, as bards proclaim, From old Cuchulain, chief of fame; But bards, familiar in our isles Rather with nature's frowns than smiles, Full oft their careless humours please By sportive names for scenes like these. I would old Torquil were to show His maidens with their breasts of snow, Or that my noble liege were nigh To hear his nurse sing lullaby. The maids, tall cliffs with breakers white, The nurse, a torrent's roaring might, Or that your eye could see the mood of Corryreckon's whirlpool rude, when dons the hag her whitened hood. 'Tis thus our islesman's fancy frames the scenes so stern, fantastic names. Answered the Bruce, and musing mind might here a graver moral find. These mighty cliffs that heave on high their naked brows to middle sky, indifferent to the sun or snow, where naught can fade and naught can blow, may they not mark a monarch's fate, raised high mid storms of strife and state, beyond life's lowlier pleasures placed, his soul a rock, his heart a waste, over hope and love and fear aloft, high rears his crowned head, but soft, look, underneath yon jutting crag are hunters and a slaughtered stag. Who may they be? But late you said no steps these desert regions tread. So said I, and believed in sooth, Ronald replied, I spoke the truth. Yet now I spy by yonder stone 5 men, they mark us and come on, and by their badge on bonnet borne, I guess them of the land of Lorn, foes to my liege. So let it be, I've faced worse odds than 5 to 3, but the poor page can little aid. Then be our battle thus arrayed, if our free passage they contest. Cope thou with 2, I'll match the rest. Not so, my liege, for by my life this sword shall meet the treble strife. My strength, my skill in arms more small, and less the loss should Ronald fall. But islesmen soon to soldiers grow, Allan has sword as well as bow, and were my monarch's order given, 2 shafts should make our number even. No, not to save my life, he said, enough of blood rests on my head, too rashly spilled. We soon shall know whether they come as friend or foe. Nigh came the strangers, and more nigh, still less they pleased the monarch's eye. Men were they all of evil mien, down looked, unwilling to be seen. They moved with half resolved pace, and bent on earth each gloomy face. The foremost 2 were fair arrayed, with brogue and bonnet, trews and plaid, and bore the arms of mountaineers, daggers and broadswords, bows and spears. The 3 that lagged small space behind seemed serfs of more degraded kind. Goat skins or deer hides over them cast made a rude fence against the blast. Their arms and feet and heads were bare, matted their beards, unshorn their hair. For arms the caitiffs bore in hand a club, an axe, a rusty brand. Onward, still mute, they kept the track. Tell who ye be, or else stand back, said Bruce. In deserts when they meet, men pass not as in peaceful street. Still at his stern command they stood, and proffered greeting brief and rude, but acted courtesy so ill, as seemed of fear and not of will. Wanderers we are, as you may be, men hither driven by wind and sea, who, if you list to taste our cheer, will share with you this fallow deer. If from the sea where lies your bark, 10 fathom deep in ocean dark, wrecked yesternight, but we are men who little sense of peril ken. The shades come down, the day is shut, will you go with us to our hut? Our vessel waits us in the bay, Thanks for your proffer, have good day. Was that your galley then which rode not far from shore when evening glowed? It was. Then spare your needless pain, there will she now be sought in vain. We saw her from the mountain head, when with St. George's blazon red a southern vessel bore in sight, and yours raised sail and took to flight. Now by the rude unwelcome news, thus with Lord Ronald communed Bruce, nor rests there light enough to show if this their tale be true or no. The men seem bred of churlish kind, yet rugged brows have bosoms kind. We will go with them, food and fire and sheltering roof our wants require. Sure guard 'gainst treachery will we keep, and watch by turns our comrades' sleep. Good fellows, thanks! Your guests will be, and well will pay the courtesy. Come, lead us where your lodging lies. Nay, soft! We mix not companies. Show us the path over crag and stone, and we will follow you. Lead on. They reached the dreary cabin made of sails against a rock displayed, and there on entering found a slender boy, whose form and mien ill suited with such savage scene, in cap and cloak of velvet green, low seated on the ground. His garb was such as minstrels wear, dark was his hue and dark his hair, his youthful cheek was marred by care, his eyes in sorrow drowned. Whence this poor boy? As Ronald spoke, the voice his trance of anguish broke, as if awaked from ghastly dream. He raised his head with start and scream, and wildly gazed around. Then to the wall his face he turned, and his dark cheek with blushes burned. "Whose is the boy?" again he said. "By chance of war our captive made, he may be yours, if you should hold that music has more charms than gold. For though from earliest childhood mute, the lad can deftly touch the lute, and on the rote and viol play, and well can drive the time away for those who love such glee. For me, the favouring breeze, when loud it pipes upon the galley's shroud, makes blither melody. Hath he then sense of spoken sound? Ay, so his mother bade us know, a crone in our late shipwreck drowned, and hence the silly stripling's woe. More of the youth I cannot say, our captive but since yesterday, when wind and weather waxed so grim, we little listed think of him. But why waste time in idle words? Sit to your cheer, unbelt your swords." Sudden the captive turned his head, and one quick glance to Ronald sped. It was a keen and warning look, and well the Chief the signal took. "Kind host," he said, "our needs require a separate board and separate fire. For know that on a pilgrimage wend I, my comrade, and this page, and sworn to vigil and to fast. Long as this hallowed task shall last, we never doff the plaid or sword, or feast us at a stranger's board, and never share one common sleep, but one must still his vigil keep. Thus, for our separate use, good friend, we'll hold this hut's remoter end." "A churlish vow," the eldest said, "and hard, methinks, to be obeyed. How say you, if, to wreak the scorn that pays our kindness harsh return, we should refuse to share our meal? Then say we that our swords are steel, and our vow binds us not to fast where gold or force may buy repast." Their host's dark brow grew keen and fell, his teeth are clenched, his features swell, yet sunk the felon's moody ire before Lord Ronald's glance of fire, nor could his craven courage brook the monarch's calm and dauntless look. With laugh constrained, "Let every man follow the fashion of his clan, each to his separate quarters keep, and feed or fast, or wake or sleep. Their fire at separate distance burns, by turns they eat, keep guard by turns, for evil seemed that old man's eye, dark and designing, fierce yet shy. Still he avoided forward look, but slow and circumspectly took a circling, never ceasing glance, by doubt and cunning marked at once, which shot a mischief boding ray from under eyebrows shagged and grey. The younger, too, who seemed his son, had that dark look, the timid shun. The half-clad serfs behind them sate, and scowled a glare twixt fear and fate, till all, as darkness onward crept, crouched down and seemed to sleep or slept. Nor he, that boy, whose powerless tongue must trust his eyes to wail his wrong, a longer watch of sorrow made, but stretched his limbs to slumber laid. Not in his dangerous host confides the King, but wary watch provides. Ronald keeps ward till midnight past, then wakes the King, young Allan last, thus ranked to give the youthful page the rest required by tender age. What is Lord Ronald's wakeful thought? To chase the languor toil had brought. To deem not that he deigned to throw much care upon such coward foe. He thinks of lovely Isabel, when at her foeman's feet she fell, nor less when placed in princely cell she glanced on him with favouring eyes at Woodstock, when he won the prize, nor fair in joy, in sorrow fair, in pride of place, as mid despair must she alone engross his care. His thoughts to his betrothed bride, to Edith turn. Oh, how decide, when here his love and heart are given, and there his faith stands plight to heaven? No drowsy ward 'tis his to keep, the seldom lovers long for sleep. Till sung his midnight hymn the owl, answered the dog-fox with his howl, then waked the King at his request. Lord Ronald stretched himself to rest. What spell was good King Robert's, say, to drive the weary night away? His was the patriot's burning thought, of freedom's battle bravely fought, of castles stormed, of cities freed, of deep design and daring deed, of England's roses reft and torn, and Scotland's cross in triumph worn, of rout and rally, war and truce. As heroes think, so thought the Bruce. No marvel, 'mid such musings high, sleep shunned the monarch's thoughtful eye. Now o'er Coolin's eastern head the greyish light begins to spread. The Otter to his cavern drew, and clamoured shrill the wakening mew, then watched the page to needful rest. The King resigned his anxious breast. To Allan's eyes was harder task, the weary watch their safeties ask. He trimmed the fire, and gave to shine with bickering light the splintered pine, then gazed awhile where silent laid their hosts were shrouded by the plaid. But little fear waked in his mind, for he was bred of martial kind, And, if to manhood he arrive, May match the boldest knight alive. Then thought he of his mother's tower, His little sister's greenwood bower, How there the Easter gambols pass, And of Dan Joseph's lengthened mass. But still before his weary eye, In rays prolonged, the blazes die. Again he roused him, on the lake looked forth, where now the twilight flake Of pale cold dawn began to wake. On Coolin's cliffs the mist lay furled, The morning breeze the lake had curled, The short dark waves heaved to the land, With ceaseless plash kissed cliff or sand. It was a slumberous sound. He turned To tales at which his youth had burned, Of pilgrim's path by demon crossed, Of sprightly elf or yelling ghost, Of the wild witch's baneful cot, And mermaid's alabaster grot, Who bathes her limbs in sunless well, Deep in Strathaird's enchanted cell. Thither in fancy rapt he flies, And on his sight the vaults arise. That hut's dark walls he sees no more, His foot is on the marble floor, And o'er his head the dazzling spars Gleam like a firmament of stars. Hark! Hears he not the sea nymph speak, The anger in that thrilling shriek? No! all too late! With Allan's dream Mingled the captive's warning scream, As from the ground he strives to start. A ruffian's dagger binds his heart. Upward he casts his dizzy eyes, Murmurs his master's name, and dies. Not so awoke the King. His hand Snatched from the flame a knotted brand, The nearest weapon of his wrath. With this he crossed the murderer's path, And venged young Allan well. The spattered brain and bubbling blood Hissed on the half-extinguished wood, The miscreant gasped and fell. Nor rose in peace the island lord. One caitiff died upon his sword, And one beneath his grasp lies prone, In mortal grapple overthrown. But while Lord Ronald's dagger drank The lifeblood from his panting flank, The father ruffian of the band Behind him rears a coward hand. Oh, for a moment's aid! Till Bruce, who deals no double blow, Dash to the earth another foe Above his comrade laid. And it is gained! The captive sprung On the raised arm, and closely clung, And ere he shook him loose, The mastered felon pressed the ground, And gasped beneath a mortal wound, While over him stands the Bruce. Miscreant, while lasts thy flitting spark, Give me to know the purpose dark That armed thy hand with murderous knife Against a fenceless stranger's life. — No stranger thou, with accent fell Murmured the wretch, I know thee well, And know thee for the foeman sworn Of my High Chief, the mighty Lorn. Speak yet again, and speak the truth, For thy soul's sake, from whence this youth, His country birth and name declare, And thus one evil deed repair. Vex me no more, my blood runs cold, No more I know than I have told. We found him in a bark we sought, With different purpose, and I thought Fate cut him short. In blood and broil, as he had lived, Died Cormac Doyle. Then resting on his bloody blade, the valiant Bruce to Ronald said, "Now shame upon us both, that boy lifts his mute face to heaven, And clasps his hands to testify His gratitude to God on high For strange deliverance given. His speechless gesture thanks hath paid, Which our free tongues have left unsaid." He raised the youth with kindly word, But marked him shudder at the sword. He cleansed it from its hue of death, And plunged the weapon in its sheath. Alas, poor child, unfitting part Fate doomed, when with so soft a heart, And form so slight as thine, She made thee first a pirate's slave, Then in his stead a patron gave Of wayward lot like mine, A landless prince, whose wandering life Is but one scene of blood and strife. Yet scant of friends the Bruce shall be, But he'll find resting place for thee. Come, noble Ronald, o'er the dead Enough thy generous grief is paid, And well has Allan's fate been wrought. Come, wend we hence, the day has broke, Seek we our bark. I trust the tale was false, That she had hoisted sail." Yet ere they left that charnel cell, The island lord bade sad farewell to Allan. "Who shall tell this tale," he said, "in halls of Donegal? Oh, who his widowed mother tell, That ere his bloom her fairest fell? Rest thee, poor youth, and trust my care For mass and knell and funeral prayer, While o'er those caitiffs where they lie The wolf shall snarl, the raven cry. And now the eastern mountains head On the dark lake through lustre red, Bright gleams of gold and purple streak Ravine and precipice and peak, So earthly power at distance shows, Reveals his splendour, hides his woes. Over sheets of granite dark and broad, Rent and unequal lay the road. In sad discourse the warriors wind, And the mute page moves slow behind. End of Canto 3rd. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Canto 4th of The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. Canto 4th. Stranger, if ever thine ardent step hath traced The northern realms of ancient Caledon, Where the proud Queen of Wilderness hath placed, By lake and cataract, her lonely throne, Sublime but sad delight thy soul hath known, Gazing on pathless glen and mountain high, Listing where from the cliffs the torrents thrown Mingle their echoes with the eagle's cry, And with the sounding lake, and with the moaning sky. Yes, 'twas sublime, but sad the loneliness Loaded thy heart, the desert tired thine eye, And strange and awful fears began to press Thy bosom with a stern solemnity. Then hast thou wished some woodman's cottage nigh, Something that showed of life, though low and mean, Glad sight, its curling wreath of smoke to spy, Glad sound, its cock's blithe carol would have been, or children weeping wild beneath the willows green. Such are the scenes where savage grandeur wakes, an awful thrill that softens into sighs. Such feelings rouse them by dim Rannoch's lakes. In dark Glencoe such gloomy raptures rise, or farther where, beneath the northern skies, chides wild Loch Erible his caverns hoar. But be the minstrel judge, they yield the prize of desert dignity to that dread shore that sees grim Coolin rise, and hears Coriskin roar. Through such wild scenes the champions passed, when bold halloo and bugle blast upon the breeze came loud and fast. "There," said the Bruce, "blew Edward's horn, what can have caused such brief return? And see brave Ronald, see him dart o'er stock and stone like hunted hart, precipitate as is the use in war or sport of Edward Bruce. He marks us, and his eager cry will tell his news ere he be nigh." Loud Edward shouts, "What make ye here, warring upon the mountain dear, when Scotland wants her king?" "A bark from Lennox crossed our track, with her in speed I hurried back, these joyful news to bring. The Stuart stirs in Teviot dale, and Douglas wakes his native vale. Thy storm-tossed fleet hath won its way with little loss to Brodick Bay, and Lennox with a gallant band waits but thy coming and command to waft them over to Carrick strand. There are blithe news, but mark the close! Edward, the deadliest of our foes, as with his host he northward passed, hath on the borders breathed his last." Still stood the Bruce, his steady cheek was little wont his joy to speak, but then his colour rose. "Now, Scotland, shortly shalt thou see, with God's high will, thy children free, and vengeance on thy foes. Yet to no sense of selfish wrongs bear witness with me heaven belongs. My joy o'er Edward's bier, I took my knighthood at his hand, and lordship held of him, and land, and well may vouch it here, that blot the story from his page of Scotland ruined in his rage. You read a monarch brave and sage, and to his people dear. Let London's burghers mourn her lord, and Croydon monks his praise record." The eager Edward said, "Eternal as his own, my hate surmounts the bounds of mortal fate, and dies not with the dead. Such hate was his on Solway's strand, when vengeance clenched his palsied hand, that pointed yet to Scotland's land, as his last accents prayed. Disgrace and curse upon his hair, if he one Scottish head should spare, till stretched upon the bloody lair each rebel corpse was laid. Such hate was his, when his last breath renounced the peaceful house of death, and bade his bones to Scotland's coast be borne by his remorseless host, as if his dead and stony eye could still enjoy her misery. Such hate was his, dark, deadly, long, mine as enduring, deep and strong." Let women, Edward, war with words, with curses, monks, but men with swords, nor doubt of living foes to sate deepest revenge and deadliest hate. Now to the sea! Behold the beach, and see the galleys' pendants stretch their fluttering length down favouring gale. Aboard, aboard, and hoist the sail! Hold we our way for Arran thirst, Where meet in arms our friends dispersed, Lennox the loyal, De la Haye, and Boyd the bold in battle fray. I long the hardy band to head, And see once more my standard spread. Does noble Ronald share our course, Or stay to raise his island force? Come weal, come woe, by Bruce's side, Replied the Chief, will Ronald bide. And since two galleys yonder ride, Be mine, so please my liege, dismissed To wake to arms the clans of Uist, And all who hear the Minch's roar On the Long Island's lonely shore. The nearer isles, with slight delay, Ourselves may summon in our way, And soon on Arran's shore shall meet, With Torquil's aid, a gallant fleet. If aught avails their chieftain's hest Among the islesmen of the west. Thus was their venturous counsel said, But ere their sails the galleys spread, Coruscant dark and Coolin high Echoed the dirge's doleful cry. Along that sable lake passed slow, Fit scene for such a sight of woe, The sorrowing islesmen, as they bore The murdered Allan to the shore. At every pause with dismal shout Their coronach of grief rung out, And ever when they moved again, The pipes resumed their clamorous strain, And with the pibroch's shrilling wail Mourned the young heir of Donegal. Round and around, from cliff and cave, His answer stern old Coolin gave, Till high upon his misty side Languished the mournful notes and died. For never sounds by mortal made Attained his high and haggard head, That echoes but the tempest's moan, Or the deep thunder's rending groan. Merrily, merrily bounds the bark, She bounds before the gale, The mountain breeze from Ben Nadark Is joyous in her sail. With fluttering sound like laughter hoarse, The cords and canvas strain, The waves, divided by her force, In rippling eddies chased her course, As if they laughed again. Not down the breeze more blithely flew, Skimming the wave, the light sea mew, Than that gay galley bore her course upon that favouring wind, And Coolin's crest has sunk behind, And Slappen's caverned shore. 'Twas then that warlike signals wake Dun Scaife's dark towers and Isord's lake, And soon from Cabul Garrig's head Thick wreaths of eddying smoke were spread, A summons these of war and wrath To the brave clans of Sleat and Stroth, And ready at the sight Each warrior to his weapons sprung, And targe upon his shoulder flung, Impatient for the fight. MacKinnon's chief in warfare grey Had charge to muster their array, And guide their barks to Brodick Bay. Signal of Ronald's high command, A beacon gleamed o'er sea and land, On Canna's tower that steep and grey, Like falcon nest, overhangs the bay. Seek not the giddy crag to climb, To view the turret scathed by time; It is a task of doubt and fear To aught but goat or mountain deer. But rest thee on the silver beach, And let the aged herdsman teach His tale of former day. His cur's wild clamour he shall chide, And for thy seat by ocean's side His varied blade display. Then tell, with Canna's chieftain came In ancient times a foreign dame To yonder turret grey. Stern was her lord's suspicious mind, Who in so rude a jail confined So soft and fair a thrall; And oft, when moon on ocean slept, That lovely lady sate and wept Upon the castle wall, And turned her eye to southern climes, and thought, perchance, of happier times, and touched her lute by fits, and sung wild ditties in her native tongue, and still, when on the cliff and bay, placid and pale, the moonbeams play, and every breeze is mute, upon the lone Hebridean's ear steals a strange pleasure mixed with fear, while from that cliff he seems to hear the murmur of a lute, and sounds as of a captive lone that mourns her woes in tongue unknown. Strange is the tale, but all too long already hath it stayed the song, yet who may pass them by? That crag and tower in ruins grey, nor to their hapless tenant pay the tribute of a sigh. Merrily, merrily bounds the bark o'er the broad ocean driven, her path by Ronan's mountains dark the steersman's hand has given, and Ronan's mountains dark have sent their hunters to the shore, and each his ashen bow unbent, and gave his pastime o'er. And at the island lord's command, the hunting spear took warrior's brand. On Scoregg next a warning light summoned her warriors to the fight, a numerous race, ere stern MacLeod o'er the bleak shores in vengeance strode, when all in vain the ocean cave its refuge to his victims gave. The chief, relentless in his wrath, with blazing teeth blockades the path, in dense and stifling volumes rolled, the vapour filled the caverned hold. The warrior threat, the infant's plain, the mother's scream were heard in vain. The vengeful chief maintains his fires, till in the vault a tribe expires. The bones which strew that cavern's gloom too well attest their dismal doom. Merrily, merrily goes the bark on a breeze from the northward free, so shoots through the morning sky the lark, or the swan through the summer sea. The shores of Mull on the eastward lay, and Olver, Dark, and Colonsay, and all the group of islets gay that guard famed Staffa round. Then all unknown its columns rose, where dark and undisturbed repose the cormorant had found, and the shy seal had quiet home, and weltered in that wondrous dome, where, as to shame the temples decked by skill of earthly architect, Nature herself, it seemed, would raise a minister to her Maker's praise. Not for a meaner use ascend her columns, or her arches bend, nor of a theme less solemn tells that mighty surge that ebbs and swells, and still between each awful pause from the high vault an answer draws, in varied tone prolonged and high, that mocks the organ's melody, nor doth its entrance front in vain to old Ionia's holy fame, that Nature's voice might seem to say, well hast thou done, frail child of clay, thy humble powers that stately shrine, tasked high and hard, but witness mine. Merrily, merrily goes the bark, before the gale she bounds, so darts the dolphin from the shark, or the deer before the hounds. They left Loch Tua on their lee, and they wakened the men of the wild Tiree, and the chief of the sandy Col. They paused not at Columba's isle, though pealed the bells from the holy pile with long and measured toll. No time for matin or for mass, and the sounds of the holy summons pass away in the billows' roll. Loch Ui's fierce and warlike lord their signal saw, and grasped his sword, and verdant Illay called her host, and the clans of Jura's rugged coast Lord Ronald's call obey, and Scarba's isle, whose tortured roar still rings to Corrie Evrecon's roar, and lonely Colonsay. Scenes sung by him who sings no more, his bright and brief career is o'er, and mute his tuneful strains. Quenched is his lamp of varied lore, that loved the light of song to pour. A distant and a deadly shore has Ladon's cold remains. Ever the breeze blows merrily, but the galley ploughs no more the sea, lest rounding wild Cantyre they meet the southern foeman's watchful fleet. They held unwonted way. Up Tarbot's western lake they bore, then dragged their bark the isthmus o'er, as far as Kilmaconnel's shore, upon the eastern bay. It was a wondrous sight to see topmast and pennon glitter free, high raised above the greenwood tree, as on dry land the galley moves, by cliff and copse and alder groves. Deep import from that Selkirk sign did many a mountain seer divine, for ancient legends told the gale, that when a royal bark should sail over Kilmaconnel moss, old Alban should in fight prevail, and every foe should faint and quail before her silver cross. Now launched once more, the inland sea they furrow with fair augury, and steer for Arran's isle. The sun, ere yet he sunk behind Ben Goil, the mountain of the wind, gave his green peaks a greeting kind, and bade Loch Ranza smile. Thither their destined course they drew, it seemed the isle the monarch knew, so brilliant was the landward view, the ocean so serene. Each puny wave in diamonds rolled over the calm deep, where hues of gold with azure strove and green. The hill, the vale, the tree, the tower, glowed with the tints of evening's hour, the beach was silver sheen. The wind breathed soft as lovers sigh, and oft renewed seemed oft to die, with breathless pause between. Oh, who, with speech of war and woes, would wish to break the soft repose of such enchanting scene? Is it of war Lord Ronald speaks? The blush that dyes his manly cheeks, the timid look and downcast eye, and faltering voice, the theme deny, and good King Robert's brow expressed. He pondered o'er some high request, as doubtful to approve, yet in his eye and lip the while dwelt the half-pitying glance and smile, which manhood's graver mood beguile, when lovers talk of love. Anxious his suit Lord Ronald pled, "And for my bride betrothed," he said, "my liege has heard the rumour spread of Edith from a Tornish fled. Too hard her fate, I claim no right to blame her for her hasty flight. Be joy and happiness her lot, but she hath fled the bridal knot." And Lorn recalled his promise plight in the assembled chieftains' sight, when to fulfil our father's band I proffered all I could, my hand I was repulsed with scorn. Mine honour I should ill assert, and worse the feelings of my heart, if I should play a suitor's part again to pleasure Lorn. "Young lord," the royal Bruce replied, "that question must the church decide. Yet seems it hard, since rumours state Edith takes Clifford for her mate, the very tie which she hath broke, to thee should still be binding yoke. But for my sister Isabel, the mood of woman who can tell? I guess the champion of the rock, victorious in the tourney shock, that knight unknown, to whom the prize she dealt had favour in her eyes. But since our brother Nigel's fate, our ruined house and hapless state, from worldly joy and hope estranged, much is the hapless mourner changed. Perchance, here smiled the noble King, this tale may other musings bring. Soon shall we know yon mountains hide the little convent of Saint Bride. There, sent by Edward, she must stay, till fate shall give more prosperous day. And thither will I bear thy suit, nor will thine advocate be mute." As thus they talked in earnest mood, that speechless boy beside them stood. He stooped his head against the mast, and bitter sobs came thick and fast, a grief that would not be repressed, but seemed to burst his youthful breast. His hands against his forehead held, as if by force his tears repelled, but through his fingers long and slight fast trilled the drops of crystal bright. Edward, who walked the deck apart, first spied this conflict of the heart. Thoughtless as brave, with bluntness kind, he sought to cheer the sorrower's mind. By force the slender hand he drew from those poor eyes that streamed with dew. As in his hold the stripling strove, 'twas a rough grasp, though meant in love. Away his tears the warrior swept, and bade shame on him that he wept. "I would to Heaven thy helpless tongue could tell me who hath wrought thee wrong, for were he of our crew the best, the insult went not unredressed. Come, cheer thee, thou art now of age to be a warrior's gallant page. Thou shalt be mine, a palfrey fair, o'er hill and holt my boy shall bear, to hold my bow in hunting grove, or speed on errand to my love. For well I wot thou wilt not tell the temple where my wishes dwell." Bruce interposed. "Gay Edward, no, this is no youth to hold thy bow, to fill thy goblet, or to bear thy message light to lighter fare. Thou art a patron all too wild and thoughtless for this orphan child. Seest thou not how apart he steals, keeps lonely couch and lonely meals? Fitter by far in yon calm cell to tend our sister Isabel, with Father Augustine to share the peaceful change of convent prayer, than wander wild adventures through with such a reckless guide as you." "Thanks, brother," Edward answered gay, "for the high Lord thy words convey. But we may learn some future day, if thou or I can this poor boy protect the best, or best employ. Meanwhile our vessel nears the strand, launch we the boat and seek the land." To land King Robert lightly sprung, and thrice aloud his bugle rung, with note prolonged and varied strain, till bold Bengoil replied again. Good Douglas then, and De la Haye, had in a glen a hart at bay, and Lennox cheered the laggard hounds, when waked that horn the greenwood bounds. "It is the foe!" cried Boyd, who came in breathless haste with eye on flame. "It is the foe! Each valiant lord fling by his bow and grasp his sword." "Not so," replied the good Lord James, "that blast no English bugle claims. Oft have I heard it fire the fight, cheer the pursuit, or stop the flight. Dead were my heart, and deaf mine ear, if Bruce should call, nor Douglas hear. Each to Loch Ranz's margin spring, that blast was winded by the King. Fast to their mates the tidings spread, and fast to shore the warriors sped. Bursting from glen and greenwood tree, high waked their loyal jubilee. Around the royal Bruce they crowd, and clasped his hands and wept aloud. Veterans of early fields were there, whose helmets pressed their hoary hair, whose swords and axes bore a stain from lifeblood of the red-haired Dane, and boys whose bands scarce brooked to wield the heavy sword or bossy shield. Men too were there that bore the scars impressed in Albin's woeful wars, at Falkirk's fierce and fatal flight, Tendron's dread rout, and Methven's flight. The might of Douglas there was seen, there Lennox with his graceful mien, Kirkpatrick, Closeburn's dreaded knight, the Lindsay, fiery, fierce, and light, the heir of murdered De la Haye, and Boyd the Grave, and Seaton gay. Around their king regained they pressed, wept, shouted, clasped him to their breast, and young and old, and serf and lord, and he who never unsheathed a sword, and he in many a peril tried, alike resolved the brunt to bide, and live or die by Bruce's side. O War, thou hast thy fierce delight, thy gleams of joy intensely bright, such gleams as from thy polished shield fly dazzling o'er the battle field. Such transports wake, severe and high, amid the pealing conquest cry, scarce less when, after battle lost, muster the remnants of a host, and as each comrade's name they tell, who in the well-fought conflict fell, knitting stern brow o'er flashing eye, vow to avenge them or to die. Warriors, and where are warriors found, if not on martial Britain's ground? And who, when waked with note of fire, love more than they the British lyre? Know ye not, hearts to honour dear, that joy deep thrilling, stern, severe, at which the heart strings vibrate high, and wake the fountains of the eye? And blame ye then the Bruce, if trace of tear is on his manly face, when scanty relics of the train that hailed at Scone his early reign, this patriot band around him hung, and to his knees and bosom clung? Blame ye the Bruce? His brother blamed, but shared the weakness, while ashamed, with haughty laugh his head he turned, and dashed away the tear he scorned. 'Tis morning, and the convent bell long time has ceased its matin knell within thy walls, Saint Bride. An aged sister sought a cell assigned to Lady Isabel, and hurriedly she cried, "Haste, gentle lady, haste, there waits a noble stranger at the gates. Saint Bride's poor votaress never has seen a knight of such a princely mien. His errand, as he bade me tell, is with the Lady Isabel." The princess rose, for on her knee low bent she told her rosary. "Let him by thee his purpose teach, I may not give a stranger speech." "Saint Bride forfend, thou royal maid!" The portress crossed herself and said, "Not to be prioress might I Debate his will, his suit deny." "Has earthly show then, simple fool, Power o'er a sister of thy rule? And art thou like the worldly train, subdued by splendours light and vain? No, lady, in old eyes like mine, gauds have no glitter, gems no shine, nor grace his rank attendants vain. One youthful page is all his train. It is the form, the eye, the word, the bearing of that stranger lord. His stature manly, bold, and tall, built like a castle's battled wall, yet moulded in such just degrees, his giant strength seems lightsome ease. Close as the tendrils of the vine, his locks upon his forehead twine, jet black, save where some touch of grey has taken the youthful hue away. Weather and war their rougher trace have left on that majestic face, but 'tis his dignity of eye. There, if a suppliant, would I fly, secure, mid danger, wrongs, and grief, of sympathy, redress, relief. That glance, if guilty, would I dread more than the doom that spoke me dead. "Enough, enough!" the Princess cried, "'tis Scotland's hope, her joy, her pride. To meaner front was ne'er assigned such mastery o'er the common mind, bestowed thy high designs to aid. How long, O Heaven, how long delayed? Haste, Mona, haste, to introduce my darling brother, royal Bruce!" They met like friends who part in pain, and meet in doubtful hope again. But when subdued that fitful swell, the Bruce surveyed the humble cell. "And this is thine, poor Isabel, that pallet couch and naked wall, for room of state and bed of pall, for costly robes and jewels rare, a string of beads and zone of hair, and for the trumpet's sprightly call, to sport or banquet, grove or hall, the bell's grim voice divides thy care twixt hours of penitence and prayer. Oh, ill for thee my royal claim from the first David's sainted name! Oh, woe for thee, that while he sought his right, thy brother feebly fought!" "Now lay these vain regrets aside, and be th' unshaken Bruce," she cried, "For more I glory to have shared the woes thy venturous spirit dared, When raising first thy valiant band in rescue of thy native land, Then had fair fortune set me down the partner of an empire's crown. And grieve not that on pleasure's stream no more I drive in giddy dream, For heaven the erring pilot knew, and from the gulf the vessel drew, Tried me with judgments stern and great, my house's ruin, thy defeat, poor Nigel's death, till tamed, I own, My hopes are fixed on heaven alone, Nor ever shall earthly prospects win My heart to this vain world of sin." "Nay, Isabel, for such stern voice first wilt thou wait thy brother's voice, Then ponder if in convent scene no softer thoughts might intervene. Say they were of that unknown knight, victor in Woodstock's tourney fight; Nay, if his name such blush you owe, victorious o'er a fairer foe. Truly his penetrating eye hath caught that blush's passing dye, Like the last beam of evening thrown on a white cloud just seen and gone." Soon with calm cheek and steady eye the Princess made composed reply: "I guess my brother's meaning well, For not so silent is the cell, But we have heard the Islesmen all Arm in thy cause at Ronald's call, And mine eye proves that knight unknown And the brave Island lord are one. Had then his suit been earlier made in his own name with thee to aid, but that his plighted faith forbade, I know not, but thy page so near? This is no tale for menial's ear. Still stood that page as far apart as the small cell would space afford. With dizzy eye and bursting heart he leant his weight on Bruce's sword. The monarch's mantle too he bore, and drew the fold his visage o'er. "Fear not for him in murderous strife," said Bruce, "his warning saved my life. Full seldom parts he from my side, and in his silence I confide. Since he can tell no tale again, he is a boy of gentle strain, and I have purposed he shall dwell in Augustine, the chaplain's cell, and wait on thee, my Isabel. Mind not his tears, I've seen them flow as in thaw dissolves the snow. 'Tis a kind youth, but fanciful, unfit against the tide to pull, and those that with the Bruce would sail must learn to strive with stream and gale. But forward, gentle Isabel, my answer for Lord Ronald tell." "This answer be to Ronald given, the heart he asks is fixed on heaven. My love was like a summer flower that withered in the wintry hour, born but of vanity and pride, and with these sunny visions died. If further press his suit, then say he should his plighted troth obey, troth plighted both with ring and word, and sworn on crucifix and sword. Oh, shame thee, Robert! I have seen thou hast a woman's guardian been, even in extremity's dread hour, when pressed on thee the Southern power, and safety to all human sight was only found in rapid flight. Thou heardest a wretched female plain in agony of travail pain, and thou didst bid thy little band upon the instant turn and stand, and dare the worst the foe might do, rather than, like a knight untrue, leave to pursuers merciless a woman in her last distress. And wilt thou now deny thine aid to an oppressed and injured maid, even plead for Ronald's perfidy, and press his fickle faith on me? So witness Heaven, as true I vow, had I those earthly feelings now, which could my former bosom move, ere taught to set its hopes above, I'd spurn each proffer he could bring, till at my feet he laid the ring and spousal contract both, and fair acquittal of his oath, by her who brooks his perjured scorn, the ill-requited maid of Lorn." With sudden impulse forward sprung the page, and on her neck he hung, then recollected instantly. His head he stooped and bent his knee, kissed twice the hand of Isabel, arose and sudden left the cell. The princess, loosened from his hold, blushed angry at his bearing bold, but good King Robert cried, "Chafe not, by signs he speaks his mind. He heard the plan my care designed, nor could his transports hide. But, sister, now bethink thee well, no easy choice the convent cell. Trust I shall play no tyrant part, either to force thy hand or heart, or suffer that Lord Ronald scorn, or love for thee the Maid of Lorn. But think, not long the time has been that thou wert wont to sigh unseen, and wouldst the ditties best approve that told some lay of hapless love. Now are thy wishes in thy power, and thou art bent on cloister bower. Oh, if our Edward knew the change, how would his busy satire range, with many a sarcasm varied still on woman's wish and woman's will. "Brother, I well believe," she said, "even so would Edward's part be played. Kindly in heart, in word severe, a foe to thought, and grief, and fear, he holds his humour uncontrolled. But thou art of another mould. Say then to Ronald, as I say, unless before my feet he lay the ring which bound the faith he swore, by Edith freely yielded o'er, he moves his suit to me no more. Nor do I promise, even if now he stood absolved of spousal vow, that I would change my purpose made, to shelter me in holy shade. Brother, for little space farewell, to other duties warns the bell." "Lost to the world," King Robert said, when he had left the royal maid, "Lost to the world by lot severe, oh, what a gem lies buried here, Nipped by misfortune's cruel frost, the buds of fair affection lost! But what have I with love to do? Far sterner cares my lot pursue. Pent in this isle we may not lie, Nor would it long our wants supply. Right opposite the mainland towers Of my own Turnberry court our powers. Might not my father's beadsman Hoare, Cuthbert, who dwells upon the shore, Kindle a signal flame to show The time propitious for the blow? It shall be so. Some friend shall bear Our mandate with despatch and care. Edward shall find the messenger, That fortress ours, the island fleet, May on the coast of Carrick meet. O Scotland, shall it e'er be mine To wreak thy wrongs in battle line, To raise my victor head and see Thy hills, thy dales, thy people free? That glance of bliss is all I crave Betwixt my labours and my grave." Then down the hill he slowly went, Oft pausing on the steep descent, And reached the spot where his bold train Held rustic camp upon the plain. End of Canto 4th. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Canto 5th of The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. Canto 5th. On fair Loch Ranza streamed the early day. Thin wreaths of cottage smoke are upward curled From the lone hamlet which her inland bay And circling mountains sever from the world, And there the fisherman his sail unfurled, The goatherd drove his kids to steep Bengoil, Before the hut the dame her spindle twirled, Courting the sunbeam as she plied her toil. For wake whene'er he may, man wakes to care and coil. But other duties called each convent maid, Roused by the summons of the moss-grown bell. Sung were the matins, and the mass was said, And every sister sought her separate cell. Such was the rule her rosary to tell, And Isabel has knelt in lonely prayer. The sunbeam through the narrow lattice fell Upon the snowy neck and long dark hair, As stooped her gentle head in meek devotion there. She raised her eyes, that duty done, When glanced upon the pavement stone, Gemmed and encased a golden ring, Bound to a scroll with silken string. with few brief words inscribed to tell this for the Lady Isabel. Within the writing father bore, 'twas with this ring his plight he swore, with this his promise I restore to her who can the heart command. Well may I yield the plighted hand, and oh, for better fortune born, grudge not a passing sigh to mourn her who was Edith once of Lorn. One single flash of glad surprise just glanced from Isabel's dark eyes, but vanished in the blush of shame that as its penance instant came. O thought unworthy of my race, selfish, ungenerous, mean and base, a moment's throb of joy to own that rose upon her hopes o'erthrown. Thou pledge of vows, too well believed, of man ingrate and maid deceived, think not thy lustre here shall gain another heart to hope in vain. For thou shalt rest, thou tempting gaud, where worldly thoughts are overawed, and worldly splendours sink debased. Then by the cross the ring she placed. Next rose the thought, its owner far, how came it here through bolt and bar? But the dim lattice is ajar, she looks abroad, the morning dew a light short step has brushed anew, and there were footprints seen on the carved buttress rising still, till on the mossy window sill their track effaced the green. The ivy twigs were torn and frayed, as if some climber's steps to aid. But who the hardy messenger, whose venturous path these signs infer? Strange doubts are mine. Mona, draw nigh, naught escapes old Mona's curious eye. What strangers, gentle mother, say, have sought these holy walls to-day? None, lady, none of note or name, only your brother's foot page came. At peep of dawn I prayed him pass to chapel, where they said the mass, but like an arrow he shot by, and tears seemed bursting from his eye. The truth at once on Isabel, as darted by a sunbeam, fell. 'Tis Edith's self! Her speechless woe, her form, her looks, the secret show. Instant, good Mona, to the bay, and to my royal brother say, I do conjure him seek my cell, with that mute page he loves so well. What! knowest thou not his warlike host at break of day has left our coast? My old eyes saw them from the tower, at eve they couched in greenwood bower, at dawn a bugle signal made, by their bold lord their ranks arrayed, up sprung the spears through bush and tree, no time for benedicite, like deer that, rousing from their lair, just shake the dewdrops from their hair, and toss their armoured crests aloft, such matins theirs. Good mother, soft! Where does my brother bend his way? As I have heard, for Brodick Bay, across the isle of barks a score lie there, 'tis said, to waft them o'er on sudden news to Carrick shore. If such their purpose, deep the need, said anxious Isabel, of speed. Call Father Augustine, good dame. The nun obeyed, the father came. Kind father, hie without delay across the hills to Brodick Bay. This message to the Bruce be given, I pray him, by his hopes of heaven, that till he speak with me he stay, or, if his haste brook no delay, that he deliver on my suit into thy charge that stripling mute. Thus prays his sister Isabel, for causes more than she may tell. Away, good father, take good heed, that life and death are on thy speed." His cowl the good old priest did on, took his piked staff, and sandaled shone, and like a palmer bent by eld, over moss and moor his journey held. Heavy and dull the foot of age, and rugged was the pilgrimage, but none was there beside whose care might such important message bear. Through birchen copse he wandered slow, stunted and sapless, thin and low. By many a mountain stream he passed, from the tall cliffs in tumult cast, dashing to foam their waters dun, and sparkling in the summer sun. Round his grey head the wild curlew in many a fearless circle flew. Over chasms he passed, where fractures wide craved wary eye and ample stride. He crossed his brow beside the stone where Druids erst heard victims groan, and at the cairns upon the wild o'er many a heathen hero piled. He breathed a timid prayer for those who died ere Shiloh's sun arose. Beside MacFarlane's cross he stayed, there told his hours within the shade, and at the stream his thirst allayed. Thence onward journeying slowly still, as evening closed, he reached the hill where, rising through the woodland green, old Brodick's Gothic towers were seen. From Hastings late their English lord, Douglas, had won them by the sword. The sun that sunk behind the isle now tinged them with a parting smile. But though the beams of light decay, 'twas bustle all in Brodick bay. The Bruce's followers crowd the shore, and boats and barges some unmoor. Some raise the sail, some seize the oar, their eyes oft turned where glimmered far what might have seemed an early star on heaven's blue arch, save that its light was all too flickering, fierce and bright. Far distant in the south the ray shone pale amid retiring day, but as on Curragh shore, dim seen in outline faintly blue, the shades of evening closer drew, it kindled more and more. The monk's slow steps now press the sands, and now amid a scene he stands, full strange to churchman's eye. Warriors who, arming for the fight, rivet and clasp their harness light, and twinkling spears and axes bright, and helmets flashing high. Oft too, with unaccustomed ears, a language much unmeet he hears, while hastening all on board, as stormy as the swelling surge that next its roar the lieges urge their followers to the ocean verge, with many a haughty word. Through that wild throng the father passed, and reached the royal Bruce at last. He leant against a stranded boat that the approaching tide must float, and counted every rippling wave, as higher yet her sides they lave. And oft the distant fire he eyed, and closer yet his hauberk tied, and loosened in its sheath his brand. Edward and Lennox were at hand, Douglas and Ronald had the care the soldiers to the barks to share. The monk approached and homage paid. "And art thou come," King Robert said, "so far to bless us ere we part?" "My liege, and with a loyal heart, but other charge I have to tell," and spoke the hest of Isabel. "Now, by Saint Giles," the Monarch cried, "this moves me much. This morning tide I sent the stripling to Saint Bride, with my commandment there to bide. Thither he came, the portress showed, but there, my liege, made brief abode. " 'Twas I," said Edward, " found employ Of nobler import for the boy, Deep pondering in my anxious mind A fitting messenger to find, To bear thy written mandate o'er To Cuthbert on the Carrick shore. I chanced at early dawn to pass The chapel gate to snatch a mass. I found the stripling on a tomb, Low seated, weeping for the doom That gave his youth to convent gloom. I told my purpose, and his eyes Flashed joyful at the glad surprise. He bounded to the skiff, the sail Was spread before a prosperous gale, And well my charge he hath obeyed. See, the ruddy signal made, That Clifford with his merrymen all Guards carelessly our father's hall." "O wild of thought and hard of heart," answered the Monarch, "on a part Of such deep danger to employ A mute, an orphan, and a boy, Unfit for flight, unfit for strife, Without a tongue to plead for life! Now were my right restored by Heaven, Edward, my crown I would have given, Ere, thrust on such adventure wild, I perilled thus the helpless child." Offended half, and half submiss, "Brother and liege, of blame like this," Edward replied, "I little dreamed. A stranger messenger I deemed might safest seek the beadsman's cell, Where all thy squires are known so well, Noteless his presence, sharp his sense, His imperfection his defence. If seen, none can his errand guess, If taken, his words no tale express. Methinks, too, yonder beacon's shine Might expiate greater fault than mine." "Rash," said King Robert, "was the deed, But it is done, embark with speed. Good father, say to Isabel How this unhappy chance befell. If well we thrive on yonder shore, Soon shall my care her page restore. Our greeting to our sister bear, And think of us in mass and prayer." "Ay," said the priest, "while this poor hand Can chalice raise or cross command, While my old voice has accent's use, Can Augustin forget the Bruce?" Then to his side Lord Ronald pressed, And whispered, "Bear thou this request, That when by Bruce's side I fight For Scotland's crown and freedom's right, The Princess grace her knight to bear Some token of her favouring care. It shall be shown where England's best May shrink to see it on my crest. And for the boy, since weightier care For royal Bruce the times prepare, The helpless youth is Ronald's charge, His couch my plaid, his fence my targe." He ceased, for many an eager hand Had urged the barges from the strand. Their number was 110. They bore thrice threescore chosen men. With such small force did Bruce at last The die for death or empire cast. Now on the darkening main afloat, Ready and manned rocks every boat. Beneath their oars the ocean's might Was dashed to sparks of glimmering light. Faint and more faint, as off they bore, Their armour glanced against the shore, And, mingled with the dashing tide, Their murmuring voices distant died. "God speed them!" said the priest, as dark On distant billows glides each bark. "O Heaven, when swords for freedom shine, And monarch's right, the cause is thine! Edge doubly every patriot blow, Beat down the banners of the foe, And be it to the nations known That victory is from God alone." As up the hill his path he drew, He turned his blessings to renew, Oft turned, till on the darkened coast All traces of their course were lost, Then slowly bent to Brodick tower, To shelter for the evening hour. In night the fairy prospects sink, where Cumray's isles with verdant link close the fair entrance of the Clyde. The woods of Bute, no more descried, are gone, and on the placid sea the rowers plied their task with glee, while hands that nightly lances bore impatient aid the labouring oar. The half-faced moon shone dim and pale, and glanced against the whitened sail, but on that ruddy beacon light each steersman kept the helm aright, and oft, for such the King's command, that all at once might reach the strand, from boat to boat loud shout and hail warned them to crowd or slacken sail. South and by west the Armada bore, and near at length the Carrick shore, as less and less the distance grows, high and more high the beacon rose. The light, that seemed a twinkling star, now blazed portentous, fierce, and far. Dark red the heaven above it glowed, dark red the sea beneath it flowed. Red rose the rocks on ocean's brim, in blood-red light her islets swim. Wild scream the dazzled sea-fowl gave, dropped from their crags on plashing wave. The deer to distant covert drew, the blackcock deemed it day, and crew like some tall castle given to flame. Over half the land the lustre came. "Now, good my liege and brother sage, what think ye of mine elfin page?" "Row on," the noble King replied, "we'll learn the truth whatever betide. Yet sure the beadsman and the child could never have waked that beacon wild." With that the boats approached the land, but Edward's grounded on the sand. The eager knight leapt in the sea, waist deep, and first on shore was he. Though every barge's hardy band contended which should gain the land, when that strange light, which seen afar seemed steady as the polar star, now like a prophet's fairy chair seemed travelling the realms of air. Wide o'er the sky the splendour glows, as that portentous meteor rose. Helm, axe, and falchion glittered bright, and in the red and dusky light his comrade's face each warrior saw, nor marvelled it was pale with awe. Then high in air the beams were lost, and darkness sunk upon the coast. Ronald to heaven a prayer addressed, and Douglas crossed his dauntless breast. "Saint James protect us!" Lennox cried, but reckless Edward spoke aside. "Deemest thou, Kirkpatrick, in that flame Red Comyn's angry spirit came? Or would thy dauntless heart endure once more to make assurance sure?" "Hush!" said the Bruce, "we soon shall know if this be sorcerer's empty show, or stratagem of southern foe. The moon shines out upon the sand, let every leader rank his band." Faintly the moon's pale beams supply that ruddy light's unnatural dye. The dubious cold reflection lay on the wet sands and quiet bay. Beneath the rocks King Robert drew his scattered files to order due, till shield compact and serried spear in the cool light shone blue and clear. Then down a path that sought the tide that speechless page was seen to glide. He knelt him lowly on the sand, and gave a scroll to Robert's hand. "A torch!" the monarch cried. "What, ho! Now shall we Cuthbert's tidings know." But evil news the letters bear. The Cliffords' force was strong and ware, augmented too, that very morn, by mountaineers who came with Lorn. Long harrowed by oppressor's hand, courage and faith had fled the land, and o'er Carrick, dark and deep, had sunk dejection's iron sleep. Cuthbert had seen that beacon flame, unwitting from what source it came. Doubtful of perilous event, Edward's mute messenger he sent, if Bruce deceived should venture o'er, to warn him from the fatal shore. As round the torch the leaders crowd, Bruce read these chilling news aloud. "What counsel, nobles, have we now? To ambush us in greenwood bough, And take the chance which fate may send To bring our enterprise to end? Or shall we turn us to the main As exiles, and embark again?" Answered fierce Edward, "Hap what may, In Carrick's lord must stay. I would not minstrels told the tale, Wild fire or meteor made us quail." Answered the Douglas, "If my liege May win yon walls by storm or siege, Then were each brave and patriot heart Kindled of new for loyal part." Answered Lord Ronald, "Not for shame Would I that aged Torquil came, And found, for all our empty boast, Without a blow we fled the coast. I will not credit that this land, So famed for warlike heart and hand, The nurse of Wallace and of Bruce, Will long with tyrants hold a truce. Prove we our fate, the brunt will bide." So Boyd, and Hay, and Lennox cried. So said, so vowed the leaders all, So Bruce resolved, "And in my hall, Since the bold Southern make their home, The hour of payment soon shall come, When with a rough and rugged host Clifford may reckon to his cost. Meantime, through well-worn bosque and dell, I'll lead where we may shelter well." Now ask you whence that wondrous light, Whose fairy glow beguiled their sight? It ne'er was known, yet grey-haired eld A superstitious credence held, That ne'er did a mortal hand Wake its broad glare on Carrick strand. Nay, and that on the selfsame night When Bruce crossed o'er, still gleams the light. Yearly it gleams o'er mount and moor, And glittering wave and crimsoned shore. But whether beam celestial lent By heaven to aid the King's descent, Or fire hell kindled from beneath To lure him to defeat and death, Or were it but some meteor strange, Of such as oft through midnight range, Startling the traveller late and lone, I know not, and it ne'er was known. Now up the rocky pass they drew, And Ronald, to his promise true, Still made his arm the stripling's stay, To aid him on the rugged way. "Now cheer thee, simple Amadine, Why throbs that silly heart of thine?" That name the pirates to their slave In Gaelic, 'tis the changeling, gave. "Dost thou not rest thee on my arm? Do not my plaid folds hold thee warm? Hath not the wild bull's treble hide This targe for thee and me supplied? Is not Clan Colla's sword of steel? And, trembler, canst thou terror feel? Cheer thee, and still that throbbing heart, From Ronald's guard thou shalt not part. Oh, many a shaft at random sent Finds mark the archer little meant, And many a word at random spoken May soothe or wound a heart that's broken. Half soothed, half grieved, half terrified, Close drew the page to Ronald's side. A wild delirious thrill of joy Was in that hour of agony, As up the steepy pass he strove, Fear, toil, and sorrow lost in love. The barrier of that iron shore, The rock's steep ledge, is now climbed o'er, And from the castle's distant wall From tower to tower the warders call, the sound swings over land and sea, and marks a watchful enemy. They gained the chase, the wide domain left for the castle's sylvan reign. Seek not the scene, the axe, the plough, the boar's dull fence have marred it now. But then, soft swept in velvet green, the plain with many a glade between, whose tangled alleys far invade the depth of the brown forest shade. Here the tall fern obscured the lawn, fair shelter for the sportive fawn. There, tufted close with copsewood green, was many a swelling hillock seen, and all around was verdure meet for pressure of the fairies' feet. The glossy holly loved the park, the yew tree lent its shadow dark, and many an old oak, worn and bare, with all its shivered boughs was there. Lovely between the moonbeams fell on lawn and hillock, glade and dell. The gallant monarch sighed to see these glades so loved in childhood free, bethinking that as outlaw now he ranged beneath the forest bough. Fast o'er the moonlight chase they sped, well knew the band that measured tread, when in retreat or in advance the serried warriors move at once, and evil were the luck if dawn descried them on the open lawn. Copses they traverse, brooks they cross, strain up the bank and o'er the moss. From the exhausted page's brow cold drops of toil are streaming now. With effort faint and lengthened pause, his weary step the stripling draws. "Nay, droop not yet," the warrior said, "Come, let me give thee ease and aid. Strong are mine arms, and little care a weight so slight as thine to bear. What, wilt thou not, capricious boy? Then thine own limbs and strength employ. Pass but this night, and pass thy care. I'll place thee with a lady fair, where thou shalt tune thy lute to tell how Ronald loves fair Isabel." Worn out, disheartened and dismayed, ere Amadine let go the plaid, his trembling limbs their aid refuse, he sunk among the midnight dews. What may be done? The night is gone, the Bruce's band moves swiftly on. Eternal shame, if at the brunt Lord Ronald grace not battle's front. See yonder oak, within whose trunk decay a darkened cell hath sunk. Enter, and rest thee there a space. Wrap in my plaid thy limbs, thy face. I will not be, believe me, far, but must not quit the ranks of war. Well will I mark the bosky bourne, and soon to guard thee hence return. Nay, weep not so, thou simple boy, but sleep in peace, and wake in joy." In sylvan lodging close bestowed, he placed the page, and onward strode, with strength put forth o'er moss and brook, and soon the marching band overtook. Thus strangely left, long sobbed and wept the page, till wearied out he slept. A rough voice waked his dream. "Nay, here by this thicket passed the deer, beneath that oak old Rhino stayed. What have we here? A Scottish plaid, and in its folds a stripling laid? Come forth, thy name and business tell. What, silent? Then I guess thee well. The spy that sought old Cuthbert's cell, wafted from Arran yestermorn. Come, comrades, we will straight return. Our Lord may choose the rack should teach to this young lurcher use of speech. Thy bowstring, till I bind him fast." "Nay, but he weeps and stands aghast. Unbound will lead him, fear it not. 'Tis a fair stripling, though a Scot." The hunters to the castle sped, and there the hapless captive led. Stout Clifford in the castle court prepared him for the morning sport, and now with Lorn held deep discourse, now gave command for hound and horse. All steeds and palfreys pawed the ground, and many a deer dog howled around. To Amadine Lorn's well-known word, replying to that southern lord, mixed with this clanging din might seem the phantasm of a fevered dream. The tone upon his ringing ears came like the sounds which fancy hears when in rude waves or roaring winds some words of woe the muser finds, until more loudly and more near their speech arrests the page's ear. "And was she thus," said Clifford, "lost? The priest should rue it to his cost. What says the monk?" The holy sire owns that, in masker's quaint attire, she sought his skiff disguised, unknown to all except to him alone. "But," says the priest, "a bark from Lorn laid them aboard that very morn, and pirates seized her for their prey. He proffered ransom gold to pay, and they agreed, but ere told o'er, the winds blow loud, the billows roar, they severed, and they met no more. He deems such tempest vexed the coast, ship, crew, and fugitive were lost. So let it be with the disgrace and scandal of her lofty race. Thrice better she had never been born than brought her infamy on Lorn." Lord Clifford now the captive spied. "Whom, Herbert, hast thou there?" he cried. "A spy we seized within the chase, A hollow oak his lurking place. What tidings can the youth afford?" "He plays the mute." "Then noose a cord, unless brave Lorn reverse the doom for his plaid's sake." "Clan collars loom," said Lorn, whose careless glances trace rather the vesture than the face. "Clan collars, dames, such tartans twine, Wearer nor plaid claims care of mine. Give him, if my advice you crave, His own scathed oak, and let him wave in air, Unless by terror wrung a frank confession find his tongue, Nor shall he die without his right. Thou, Angus Roy, attend the sight, And give Clan Collars dirge thy breath, As they convey him to his death." "O brother, cruel to the last!" Through the poor captive's bosom passed the thought, But to his purpose true he said not, Though he sighed, "Adieu." And will he keep his purpose still, In sight of that last closing ill, When one poor breath, one single word, May freedom, safety, life afford? Can he resist the instinctive call For life that bids us barter all? Love, strong as death, his heart hath steeled, His nerves hath strung, he will not yield, Since that poor breath, that little word, May yield Lord Ronald to the sword. Clan Collars' dirge is pealing wide, The grisly headsman's by his side. Along the greenwood chase they bend, And now their march has ghastly end. That old and shattered oak beneath They destine for the place of death. What thoughts are his, while all in vain His eye for aid explores the plain? What thoughts, while with a dizzy ear He hears the death prayer muttered near? And must he die such death accursed, Or will that bosom secret burst? Cold on his brow breaks terror's dew, His trembling lips are livid blue. The agony of parting life Has naught to match that moment's strife. But other witnesses are nigh, Who mock at fear and death defy. Soon as the dire lament was played, It waked the lurking ambuscade. The island lord looked forth and spied the cause, and loud in fury cried, "By heaven, they lead the page to die, and mock me in his agony! They shall abye it!" On his arm Bruce laid strong grasp. "They shall not harm a ringlet of the stripling's hair, But till I give the word, forbear. Douglas, lead 50 of our force up yonder hollow watercourse, And couch thee midway on the wold, Between the flyers and their hold. A spear above the copse displayed Be signal of the ambush made. Edward, with 40 spearmen straight, Through yonder copse approach the gate, And when thou hearest the battle din, Rush forward and the passage win. Secure the drawbridge, storm the port, And man and guard the castle court. The rest move slowly forth with me, In shelter of the forest tree, Till Douglas at his post I see." Like war horse eager to rush on, Compelled to wait the signal blown, Hid and scarce hid by greenwood bough, Trembling with rage stands Ronald now, And in his grasp his sword gleams blue, Soon to be dyed with deadlier hue. Meanwhile the Bruce with steady eye Sees the dark death train moving by, And, heedful, measures oft the space The Douglas and his band must trace, Ere they can reach their destined ground. Now sinks the dirge's wailing sound, Now cluster round the direful tree That slow and solemn company, While hymn mistuned and muttered prayer The victim for his fate prepare. What glances o'er the greenwood shade! The spear that marks the ambuscade. "Now, noble Chief, I leave thee loose, Upon them, Ronald!" said the Bruce. "The Bruce, the Bruce!" to well-known cry His native rocks and woods reply. "The Bruce, the Bruce!" in that dread word The knell of 100 deaths was heard. The astonished Southern gazed at first Where the wild tempest was to burst, That waked in that presaging name, Before, behind, around it came, Half armed, surprised on every side, Hemmed in, hewed down, they bled and died. Deep in the ring the Bruce engaged, And fierce clan collars broadsword raged. Full soon the few who fought were sped, Nor better was their lot who fled, And met, mid terror's wild career, The Douglas's redoubted spear. 200 yeomen on that morn The castle left, and none return. Not on their flight pressed Ronald's brand, A gentler duty claimed his hand. He raised the page where on the plain His fear had sunk him with the slain, And twice that morn, surprise well near, Betrayed the secret kept by fear. Once, when with life returning came To the boy's lip Lord Ronald's name, And, hardly recollection drowned The accents in a murmuring sound. And once, when scarce he could resist The chieftain's care to loose the vest Drawn tightly o'er his labouring breast. But then the Bruce's bugle blew, For martial work was yet to do. A harder task fierce Edward waits, Ere signal given the castle gates His fury had assailed. Such was his wonted reckless mood, Yet desperate valour oft made good, Even by its daring venture rude, Where prudence might have failed. Upon the bridge his strength he threw, And struck the iron chain in two, By which its planks arose. The warder next his axe's edge Struck down upon the threshold ledge, Twixt door and post a ghastly wedge, The gate they may not close. Well fought the Southern in the fray, Clifford and Lorn fought well that day, But stubborn Edward forced his way Against 100 foes. Loud came the cry, "The Bruce, the Bruce!" No hope, or in defence or truce, fresh combatants pour in. Mad with success and drunk with gore, they drive the struggling foe before, and ward on ward they win. Unsparing was the vengeful sword, and limbs were lopped, and lifeblood poured. The cry of death and conflict roared, and fearful was the din. The startling horses plunged and flung, clamoured the dogs till turrets rung, nor sunk the fearful cry, till not a foeman was there found alive, save those who on the ground groaned in their agony. The valiant Clifford is no more, on Ronald's broadsword streamed his gore, but better hap had he of Lorn, who by the foeman backward borne, yet gained with slender train the port, where lay his bark beneath the fort, and cut the cable loose. Short were his shrift in that debate, that hour of fury and of fate, if Lorn encountered Bruce. Then long and loud the victor shout from turret and from tower rung out, the rugged vaults replied, and from the dungeon tower on high the men of Carrick may descry Saint Andrew's cross in blazonry of silver waving wide. The Bruce hath won his father's hall, welcome, brave friends and comrades all, welcome to mirth and joy. The first, the last is welcome here, from lord and chieftain, prince and peer, to this poor speechless boy. Great God! once more my sire's abode is mine. Behold the floor I trode in tottering infancy, and there the vaulted arch, whose sound echoed my joyous shout and bound in boyhood, and that rung around to youth's unthinking glee. O first to thee, all gracious Heaven, then to my friends by thanks be given. He paused a space, his brow he crossed, then on the board his sword he tossed, yet steaming hot with southern gore, from hilt to point 'twas crimsoned ore. "Bring here," he said, "the mazes four, my noble fathers loved of yore. Thrice let them circle round the board, the pledge fair Scotland's rights restored, and he whose lips shall touch the wine without a vow as true as mine, to hold both lands and life at naught, until her freedom shall be bought, be brand of a disloyal Scot, and lasting infamy his lot. Sit, gentle friends, our hour of glee is brief, we'll spend it joyously, blithest of all the sun's bright beams, when betwixt storm and storm he gleams. Well is our country's work begun, but more, far more, must yet be done. Speed, messengers, the country through, arouse old friends, and gather new. Warn Lanark's knights to gird their mail, rouse the brave sons of Teviot dale. Let Ettrick's archers sharp their darts, the fairest forms, the truest hearts. Call all, from Reedsware path to the wild confines of Cape Wrath. Wide let the news through Scotland ring, the northern eagle claps his wing." End of Canto 5th. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. Canto 6th of The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. The Lord of the Isles, by Sir Walter Scott. Canto 6th. Oh, who that shared them ever shall forget the emotions of the spirit rousing time, when breathless in the mart the couriers met, early and late at evening, and at prime, when the loud cannon and the merry chime hailed news on news, as field on field was won, when hope, long doubtful, soared at length sublime, and our glad eyes, awake as day begun, watched joy's broad banner rise to meet the rising sun. Oh, these were hours when thrilling joy repaid a long, long course of darkness, doubts, and fears, the heart-sick faintness of the hope delayed, the waste, the woe, the bloodshed, and the tears, that tracked with terror 20 rolling years. All was forgot in that blithe jubilee. The downcast eye even pale affliction rears, to sigh a thankful prayer amid the glee that hailed the despot's fall, and peace and liberty. Such news over Scotland's hills triumphant rode, when 'gainst the invaders turned the battle's scale, when Bruce's banner had victorious flowed over Loudon's mountain and in Urie's vale, when English blood oft deluged Douglas dale, and fiery Edward routed stout St. John, when Randolph's war cry swelled the southern gale, and many a fortress, town, and tower was won, and fame still sounded forth fresh deeds of glory done. Blithe tidings flew from baron's tower to peasant's cot, to forest bower, and waked the solitary cell, where lone sent brides, recluses dwell. Princess no more, fair Isabel, a votaress of the order now. Say, did the rule that bid thee wear dim veil and woollen scapulaire, and reft thy locks of dark brown hair, that stern and rigid vow? Did it condemn the transport high, which glistened in thy watery eye, when minstrel or when palmer told each fresh exploit of Bruce the Bold? And whose the lovely form that shares thy anxious hopes, thy fears, thy prayers? No sister she of convent shade, so say these locks in lengthened braid, so say the blushes and the sighs, the tremors that unbidden rise, when mingled with the Bruce's fame, the brave Lord Ronald's praises came. Believe his father's castle won, and his bold enterprise begun, that Bruce's earliest cares restore the speechless page to Arran's shore, nor think that long the quaint disguise concealed her from a sister's eyes, and sister-like in love they dwell in that lone convent's silent cell. There Bruce's slow ascent allows fair Isabel the veil and vows, and there the sex's dress regained, the lovely maid of Lorn remained, unnamed, unknown, while Scotland far resounded with the din of war, and many a month, and many a day, in calm seclusion wore away. These days, these months, to years had worn, when tidings of high weight were borne to that lone island's shore, of all the Scottish conquests made by the first Edward's ruthless blade. His son retained no more, northward of Tweed, but Stirling's towers, beleaguered by King Robert's powers, and they took term of truce. If England's king should not relieve the siege ere John the Baptist's eve to yield them to the Bruce. England was roused on every side, courier and post and herald hied, to summon prince and peer. At Berwick bounds to meet their liege, prepared to raise fair Stirling's siege, with buckler, brand, and spear. The term was nigh, they mustered fast, by beacon and by bugle blast, forth marshalled for the field. There rode each knight of noble name, there England's hardy archers came. The land they trode seemed all on flame, with banner, blade, and shield. And not famed England's powers alone, renowned in arms, the summons own, for Neustria's knights obeyed. Gascon hath lent her horsemen good, and Cambria, but of late subdued, sent forth her mountain multitude, and Connaught poured from waste and wood her 100 tribes, whose sceptre rude dark If O'Connor swayed. Right to devoted Caledon the storm of war rolls slowly on, with menace deep and dread. So the dark clouds with gathering power suspend a while the threatened shower, till every peak and summit lower round the pale pilgrim's head. Not with such pilgrims startled eye King Robert marked the tempest nigh, resolved the brunt to bide. His royal summons warned the land, that all who owned their king's command should instant take the spear and brand to combat at his side. Oh, who may tell the sons of fame that at King Robert's bidding came to battle for the right? From Cheviot to the shores of Ross, from Solway sands to Marshall's moss, all boomed them for the fight. Such news the royal courier tells, who came to rouse dark Arran's dells. But farther tidings must the ear of Isabel in secret hear. These in her cloister walk next morn, thus shared she with the Maid of Lorn. My Edith, can I tell how dear our intercourse of hearts sincere hath been to Isabel? Judge then the sorrow of my heart, when I must say the words we part. The cheerless convent cell was not, sweet maiden, made for thee. Go thou where thy vocation free on happier fortunes fell. Nor, Edith, judge thyself betrayed, though Robert knows that Lorn's high maid and his poor silent page were one, versed in the fickle heart of man. Earnest and anxious hath he looked, how Ronald's heart the message brooked, that gave him with her last farewell the charge of sister Isabel, to think upon thy better right, and keep the faith his promise plight. Forgive him for thy sister's sake at first, if vain repinings wake. Long since that mood is gone. Now dwells he on thy juster claims, and oft his breach of faith he blames. Forgive him for thine own. No, never to Lord Ronald's bower will I again as paramour. Nay, hush thee, too impatient maid, until my final tale be said. The good King Robert would engage Edith once more, his elfin page, by her own heart and her own eye, her lover's penitence to try, safe in his royal charge, and free, should such thy final purpose be, again unknown to seek the cell, and live and die with Isabel. Thus spoke the maid. King Robert's eye might have some glance of policy. Dunstaffnage had the monarch ta'en, and Lorn had owned King Robert's reign. Her brother had to England fled, and there in banishment was dead. Ample through exile, death, and flight, over tower and land was Edith's right. This ample right over tower and land was safe in Ronald's faithful hand. Embarrassed eye and blushing cheek, pleasure and shame and fear bespeak, yet much the reasoning Edith made, her sister's faith she must upbraid, who gave such secret, dark and dear, in counsel to another's ear. Why should she leave the peaceful cell? How should she part with Isabel? How wear that strange attire again? How risk herself midst martial men? And how be guarded on the way? At least she might entreat delay. Kind Isabel, with secret smile, saw and forgave the maiden's wile, reluctant to be thought to move at the first call of truant love. O blame her not, when zephyrs wake, the aspen's trembling leaves must shake. When beams the sun through April's shower, it needs must bloom the violet flower, and love, however the maiden strive, must with reviving hope revive. 1,000 soft excuses came to plead his cause 'gainst virgin shame, pledged by their sires in earliest youth. He had her plighted faith and truth, then 'twas her liege's strict command, and she, beneath his royal hand, a ward in person and in land. And last, she was resolved to stay only brief space, one little day, close hidden in her safe disguise from all, but most from Ronald's eyes. But once to see him more, nor blame her wish to hear him name her name, then to bear back to solitude the thought he had his falsehood rued. But Isabel, who long had seen her pallid cheek and pensive mien, and well herself the cause might know, though innocent, of Edith's woe, joyed generous that revolving time gave means to expiate the crime. High glowed her bosom as she said, well shall her sufferings be repaid. Now came the parting hour. A band from Arran's mountains left the land. Their chief, Fitz-Louis, had the care the speechless Amadine to bear to Bruce, with honour as behoved, to page the monarch dearly loved. The King had deemed the maiden right should reach him long before the fight, but storms and fate her course delay. It was on eve of battle day, when o'er the Gillies hill she rode. The landscape like a furnace glowed, and far as ever the eye was borne, the lances waved like autumn corn in battles, for beneath their eye the forces of King Robert lie, and one below the hill was laid, reserved for rescue and for aid, and 3 advanced formed varward line, twixt Bannock's brook and Ninian's shrine. Detached was each, yet each so nigh as well might mutual aid supply. Beyond, the southern host appears, a boundless wilderness of spears, whose verge or rear the anxious eye strove far, but strove in vain to spy. Thick flashing in the evening beam, glaives, lances, bills, and banners gleam, and where the heaven joined with the hill was distant armour flashing still. So wide, so far, the boundless host seemed in the blue horizon lost. Down from the hill the maiden passed, at the wild show of war aghast, and traversed first the rearward host, reserved for aid where needed most. The men of Carrick and of Ayr, Lennox and Lanark too were there, and all the western land. With these the valiant of the Isles, beneath their chieftains ranked their files, in many a plaided band. There in the centre, proudly raised, the Bruce's royal standard blazed, and there Lord Ronald's banner bore a galley, driven by sail and oar. A wild yet pleasing contrast made, warriors in mail and plate arrayed, with the plumed bonnet and the plaid by these Hebrideans worn. But oh, unseen for 3 long years, dear was the garb of mountaineers to the fair Maid of Lorn. For one she looked, but he was far busied amid the ranks of war, yet with affection's troubled eye she marked his banner boldly fly, gave on the countless foe a glance, and thought on battle's desperate chance. To centre of the Varward line, Fitz Louis guided Amadine, armed all on foot. That host appears a serried mass of glimmering spears. There stood the March's warlike band, the warriors there of Loudon's land. Ettrick and Liddell bent the yew, a band of archers fierce though few. The men of Nith and Annan's Vale, and the bold spears of Teviot dale. The dauntless Douglas these obey, and the young Stuart's gentle sway. North eastward by Saint Ninian's shrine, beneath fierce Randolph's charge combine. The warriors whom the hardy North from Tay to Sutherland sent forth, the rest of Scotland's war array, with Edward Bruce to westward lay, where Bannock with his broken bank and deep ravine protects their flank. Behind them, screened by sheltering wood, the gallant Keith, Lord Marshal, stood. His men at arms beat mace and lance, and plumes that wave, and helms that glance. Thus fair divided by the King, centre and right and leftward wing, composed his front, nor distant far was strong reserve to aid the war, and 'twas to front of this array her guide and Edith made their way. Here must they pause, for in advance, as far as one might pitch a lance, the Monarch rode along the van, the foe's approaching force to scan, his line to marshal and to range, and ranks to square and fronts to change. Alone he rode, from head to heel, sheathed in his ready arms of steel, nor mounted yet on war-horse white, but till more near the shock of fight, reining a palfrey low and light. A diadem of gold was set above his bright steel bassinet, and clasped within its glittering twine was seen the glove of Argentine. Truncheon or leading staff he lacks, bearing instead a battle axe. He ranged his soldiers for the fight, accoutred thus in open sight of either host. 3 bowshots far paused the deep front of England's war, and rested on their arms a while, to close and rank their warlike file, and hold high council if that night should view the strife or dawning light. O gay, yet fearful to behold, flashing with steel and rough with gold, and bristled over with bills and spears, with plumes and pennons waving fair, was that bright battle front, for there rode England's king and peers. And who that saw that monarch ride, his kingdom battled by his side, could then his direful doom foretell? Fair was his seat in knightly selle, and in his sprightly eye was set some spark of the Plantagenet. though light and wandering was his glance, it flashed at sight of shield and lance. "Knowest thou," he said, "the Argentine, yon knight who marshals thus their line? The tokens on his helmet tell the Bruce, my liege, I know him well." "And shall the audacious traitor brave the presence where our banners wave?" "So please my liege," said Argentine, "were he but horsed on steed like mine, to give him fair and knightly chance, I would adventure forth my lance." "In battle day," the King replied, "nice tourney rules are set aside. Still must the rebel dare our wrath, set on him, sweep him from our path." And at King Edward's signal soon dashed from the ranks Sir Henry Boune. Of Hereford's high blood he came, a race renowned for knightly fame. He burned before his monarch's eye to do some deed of chivalry. He spurred his steed, he couched his lance, and darted on the Bruce at once, as motionless as rocks that bide the wrath of the advancing tide. The Bruce stood fast, each breast beat high, and dazzled was each gazing eye. The heart had hardly time to think, the eyelid scarce had time to wink, while on the King, like flash of flame, spurred to full speed the war horse came. The partridge may the falcon mock, if that slight palfrey stand the shock. But, swerving from the knight's career, just as they met, Bruce shunned the spear. Onward the baffled warrior bore his course, but soon his course was o'er. High in his stirrups stood the King, and gave his battle axe the swing. Right on De Boune, the whiles he passed, fell that stern dint, the first, the last. Such strength upon the blow was put, the helmet crashed like hazelnut. The axe shaft with its brazen clasp was shivered to the gauntlet grasp. Springs from the blow the startled horse, drops to the plain the lifeless corse. First of that fatal field, how soon, how sudden fell the fierce De Boune. One pitying glance the monarch sped, where on the field his foe lay dead, then gently turned his palfrey's head, and pacing back his sober way, slowly he gained his own array. There round their King the leaders crowd, and blame his recklessness aloud, that risked 'gainst each adventurous spear a life so valued and so dear. His broken weapon's shaft surveyed the King, and careless answer made: "My loss may pay my folly's tax, I've broke my trusty battle axe." 'Twas then Fitz Louis, bending low, did Isabel's commission show. Edith, disguised, at distance stands, and hides her blushes with her hands. The monarch's brow has changed its hue, away the gory axe he threw, while to the seeming page he drew, clearing war's terrors from his eye. Her hand with gentle ease he took, with such a kind protecting look, as to a weak and timid boy might speak, that elder brother's care and elder brother's love were there. "Fear not," he said, "young Amadine," then whispered, "still that name be thine. Fate plays her wonted fantasy, kind Amadine, with thee and me, and sends thee here in doubtful hour, but soon we are beyond her power. For on this chosen battle plain, victor or vanquished I remain. Do thou to yonder hill repair, the followers of our host are there, and all who may not weapons bear. Fitz Louis, have him in thy care. Joyful we meet, if all go well; if not, in Arran's holy cell thou must take part with Isabel. For brave Lord Ronald too hath sworn not to regain the Maid of Lorn. The bliss on earth he covets most, would he forsake his battle post, or shun the fortune that may fall to Bruce, to Scotland, and to all. But hark! Some news these trumpets tell. Forgive my haste, farewell, farewell!" And in a lower voice he said, "Be of good cheer, farewell, sweet maid." What train of dust, with trumpet sound And glimmering spears, is wheeling round Our leftward flank?" the Monarch cried To Moray's Earl, who rode beside. "Lo! round thy station pass the foes, Randolph, thy wreath has lost a rose." The Earl his visor closed, and said, "My wreath shall bloom, or life shall fade. Follow, my household!" and they go Like lightning on the advancing foe. "My liege," said noble Douglas then, "Earl Randolph has but 1 to 10, Let me go forth his band to aid. Stir not, the error he hath made, Let him amend it as he may, I will not weaken mine array." Then loudly rose the conflict cry, And Douglas's brave heart swelled high. "My liege," he said, "with patient ear I must not Moray's death knell hear." "Then go, but speed thee back again." Forth sprung the Douglas with his train, But when they won a rising hill, He bade his followers hold them still. "See, see, the routed Southern fly! The Earl hath won the victory! Lo, where yon steeds run masterless, His banner towers above the press. Rein up! Our presence would impair The fame we come too late to share." Back to the host the Douglas rode, And soon glad tidings are abroad, That Danecourt, by stout Randolph slain, His followers fled with loosened rein. That skirmish closed the busy day, And couched in battle's prompt array, Each army on their weapons lay. It was a night of lovely June, High rode in cloudless blue the moon, Dame yet smiled beneath her ray. Old Stirling's towers arose in light, And twined in links of silver bright The winding river lay. Ah, gentle planet, other sight Shall greet thee next returning night, Of broken arms and banners tore, And marshes dark with human gore, And piles of slaughtered men and horse, And forth that floats the frequent course, And many a wounded wretch to plain Beneath thy silver light in vain. But now from England's host the cry thou hearest Of wassail revelry, While from the Scottish legions pass The murmured prayer, the early mass. Here numbers had presumption given, There bands overmatched sought aid from heaven. On Gillie's hill, whose height commands Battle field, there Edith stands, With serf and page unfit for war, To eye the conflict from afar. Oh, with what doubtful agony She sees the dawning tint the sky! Now on the Ochils gleams the sun, And glistens now Demayet dun. Is it the lark that carols shrill? Is it the bittern's early hum? No, distant, but increasing still, The trumpet's sound swells up the hill, With the deep murmur of the drum. Responsive from the Scottish host, Pipe clang and bugle sound were tossed. His breast and brow each soldier crossed, And started from the ground. Armed and arrayed for instant fight, Rose archer, spearman, squire, and knight, And in the pomp of battle bright The dread battalia frowned. Now onward, and in open view, The countless ranks of England drew, Dark rolling like the ocean tide, when the rough west hath chafed his pride, and his deep roar sends challenge wide to all that bars his way. In front the gallant archers trode, the men at arms behind them rode, and midmost of the phalanx broad the monarch held his sway. Beside him many a war horse fumes, around him waves a sea of plumes, where many a knight in battle known, and some whose spurs had first braced on, and deemed that fight should see them won, King Edward's hests obey. The Argentine attends his side, with stout De Valence, Pembroke's pride, selected champions from the train, to wait upon his bridle rein. Upon the Scottish foe he gazed, at once before his sight amazed, sank banner, spear, and shield, each weapon point is downward sent, each warrior to the ground is bent. The rebels Argentine repent, for pardon they have kneeled. Ay, but they bend to other powers, and other pardon sue than ours. See where yon barefoot abbot stands, and blesses them with lifted hands. Upon the spot where they have kneeled, these men will die or win the field. Then prove we if they die or win. Bid Gloucester's Earl the fight begin. Earl Gilbert waved his truncheon high, just as the northern ranks arose, signal for England's archery to halt and bend their bows. Then stepped each yeoman forth apace, glanced at the intervening space, and raised his left hand high. To the right ear the cords they bring, at once 10,000 bowstrings ring, 10,000 arrows fly. Nor paused on the devoted Scot the ceaseless fury of their shot, as fiercely and as fast forth whistling came the grey goose wing, as the wild hailstones pelt and ring adown December's blast. Nor mountain targe of tough bull hide, nor lowland mail that storm may bide. Woe, woe to Scotland's bannered pride, if the fell shower may last. Upon the right, behind the wood, each by his steed dismounted stood, the Scottish chivalry. With foot in stirrup, hand on mane, fierce Edward Bruce can scarce restrain his own keen heart, his eager train, until the archers gained the plain. Then, "Mount, ye gallants, free!" he cried, and vaulting from the ground, his saddle every horseman found. On high their glittering crests they toss, as springs the wildfire from the moss. The shield hangs down on every breast, each ready lance is in the rest, and loud shouts Edward Bruce, "Forth, marshal, on the peasant foe! We'll tame the terrors of their bow, and cut the bowstring loose." Then spurs were dashed in chargers' flanks, they rushed among the archer ranks. No spears were there the shock to let, no stakes to turn the charge were set. And how shall yeoman's armour slight stand the long lance and mace of might? Or what may their short swords avail 'gainst barbed horse and shirt of mail? Amid their ranks the chargers sprung, high o'er their heads the weapons swung, and shriek and groan and vengeful shout give note of triumph and of rout. Awhile, with stubborn hardihood, their English hearts the strife made good. Borne down at length on every side, compelled to flight, they scatter wide. Let stags of Sherwood leap for glee, and bound the deer of Dallom Lee. The broken bows of Bannock's shore shall in the greenwood ring no more. Round Wakefield's merry Maypole now the maids may twine the summer bough may northward look with longing glance for those that want to lead the dance. For the blithe archers look in vain, broken, dispersed, in flight or tame, pierced through, trode down by thousands slain, they cumber Bannock's bloody plain. The King with scorn beheld their flight. "Are these," he said, "our yeomen wight? Each braggart churl could boast before 12 Scottish lives his baldric bore. Fitter to plunder, chase, or park, than make a manly foe their mark. Forward each gentleman and knight, let gentle blood show generous might, and chivalry redeem the fight." To rightward of the wild affray the field showed fair and level way, but in mid-space the Bruce's care had bored the ground with many a pit, with turf and brushwood hidden yet, that formed a ghastly snare. Rushing 10,000 horsemen came, with spears in rest and hearts on flame, that panted for the shock. With blazing crests and banners spread, and trumpet clang and clamour dread, the wide plain thundered to their tread as far as Stirling rock. Down, down, in headlong overthrow, horseman and horse the foremost go, wild floundering on the field. The first are in destruction's gorge, their followers wildly over them urge the knightly helm and shield. The mail, the acton, and the spear, strong hand, high heart, are useless here. Loud from the mass confused the cry of dying warriors swells on high, and steeds that shriek in agony. They came like mountain torrent red, that thunders o'er its rocky bed. They broke like that same torrent's wave, when swallowed by a darksome cave. Billows on billows burst and boil, maintaining still the stern turmoil, and to their wild and tortured groan each adds new terrors of his own. Too strong in courage and in might was England yet to yield the fight. Her noblest all are here, names that to fear were never known: bold Norfolk's Earl de Brotherton, and Oxford's famed De Vere. There Gloucester plied the bloody sword, and Berkeley grey, and Hereford, Bottetourt and Sanzevere. Ross, Montague, and Morley came, and Courtenay's pride, and Percy's fame, names known too well in Scotland's war. At Falkirk, Methven, and Dunbar, blazed broader yet in after years. At Cressy Red and fell Poitiers, Pembroke with these and Argentine brought up the rearward battle line. With caution o'er the ground they tread, slippery with blood and piled with dead, till hand to hand in battle set, the bills with spears and axes met, and closing dark on every side, raged the full contest far and wide. Then was the strength of Douglas tried, then proved was Randolph's generous pride, and well did Stuart's actions grace the sire of Scotland's royal race. Firmly they kept their ground, as firmly England onward pressed, and down went many a noble crest, and rent was many a valiant breast, and slaughter revelled round. Unflinching foot 'gainst foot was set, unceasing blow by blow was met. The groans of those who fell were drowned amid the shriller clang that from the blades and harness rang, and in the battle yell. Yet fast they fell, unheard, forgot, both Southron fierce and hardy Scot. And oh, amid that waste of life, what various motives fired the strife! The aspiring noble led for fame, the patriot for his country's claim. This night his youthful strength to prove, and that to to win his lady's love. Some fought from ruffian thirst of blood, from habit some, or hardihood, but ruffian stern and soldier good, the noble and the slave, from various cause the same wild road, on the same bloody morning trode to that dark inn, the grave. The tug of strife to flag begins, though neither loses yet nor wins. High rides the sun, thick rolls the dust, and feebler speeds the blow and thrust. Douglas leans on his war-sword now, and Randolph wipes his bloody brow, nor less had toiled each southern knight, from morn till midday in the fight. Strong Egremont for air must gasp, Beauchamp undoes his visor clasp, and Montague must quit his spear, and sinks thy falchion, bold De Vere. The blows of Berkeley fall less fast, and gallant Pembroke's bugle blast hath lost its lively tone. Sinks Argentine, thy battle word, and Percy's shout was fainter heard. My merry men, fight on! Bruce, with the pilot's wary eye, the slackening of the storm could spy. One effort more, and Scotland's free. Lord of the Isles, my trust in thee is firm as Ulster rock. Rush on with Highland sword and targe, I with my Carrick spearmen charge. Now forward to the shock! At once the spears were forward thrown against the sun, the broadswords shone, the pibroch lent its maddening tone, and loud King Robert's voice was known. Carrick, press on, they fail, press on, brave sons of Innisgail, the foe is fainting fast. Each strike for parent, child, and wife, for Scotland, liberty, and life. The battle cannot last. The fresh and desperate onset bore the foes 3 furlongs back and more, leaving their noblest in their gore. Alone the Argentine yet bears on high his red cross shield, gathers the relics of the field, renews the ranks where they have reeled, and still makes good the line. Brief strife, but fierce, his efforts raise a bright but momentary blaze. Fair Edith heard the Southron shout, beheld them turning from the rout, heard the wild call their trumpets sent, in notes twixt triumph and lament. That rallying force, combined anew, appeared in her distracted view, to hem the Isles men round. O God! the combat they renew, and is no rescue found? And ye that look thus tamely on, and see your native land o'erthrown, oh, are your hearts of flesh or stone? The multitude that watched afar, rejected from the ranks of war, had not unmoved beheld the fight, when strove the Bruce for Scotland's right. Each heart had caught the patriot spark, old man and stripling, priest and clerk, bondsman and serf, even female hand stretched to the hatchet or the brand. But when mute Amadine they heard give to their zeal his signal word, a frenzy fired the throng. Portents and miracles impeach our sloth, the dumb our duties teach, and he that gives the mute his speech can bid the weak be strong. To us, as to our lords, are given a native earth, a promised heaven. To us, as to our lords, belongs the vengeance for our nation's wrongs. The choice twixt death or freedom warms our breasts as theirs. To arms! to arms! To arms they flew, axe, club, or spear, and mimic ensigns high they rear, and, like a bannered host afar, bear down on England's wearied war. Already scattered o'er the plain, reproof, command, and counsel vain, the rearward squadrons fled amain, or made but doubtful stay. But when they marked the seeming show of fresh and fierce and marshalled foe, the boldest broke array. Oh, give their hapless prince his due! In vain the royal Edward threw his person mid the spears, cried "Fight!" to terror and despair, menaced and wept, and tore his hair, and cursed their caitiff fears, till Pembroke turned his bridle rein, and forced him from the fatal plain. With them rode Argentine, until they gained the summit of the hill, but quitted there the train. In yonder field a gage I left, I must not live of fame bereft, I needs must turn again. Speed hence, my liege, for on your trace the fiery Douglas takes the chase. I know his banner well. God send my sovereign joy and bliss, and many a happier field than this. Once more, my liege, farewell." Again he faced the battle field, wildly they fly, are slain or yield. "Now then," he said, and couched his spear, "my course is run, the goal is near. One effort more, one brave career, must close this race of mine." Then in his stirrups rising high, he shouted loud his battle cry, "St. James for Argentine!" And of the bold pursuers four, the gallant knight from saddle bore, but not unharmed. A lance's point has found his breastplate's loosened joint, an axe has razed his crest. Yet still on Colonsay's fierce lord, who pressed the chase with gory sword, he rode with spear in rest, and through his bloody tartans bored, and through his gallant breast nailed to the earth the mountaineer, yet writhed him up against the spear, and swung his broadsword round. Stirrup, steel boot, and crish give way beneath that blow's tremendous sway. The blood gushed from the wound, and the grim lord of Colonsay hath turned him on the ground, and laughed in death pang that his blade the mortal thrust so well repaid. Now toiled the Bruce, the battle done, to use his conquest boldly won, and gave command for horse and spear to press the Southron's scattered rear, nor let his broken force combine, when the war cry of Argentine fell faintly on his ear. "Save, save his life!" he cried, "oh save the kind, the noble, and the brave!" The squadrons round free passage gave, the wounded knight drew near. He raised his red cross shield no more, helm, cuirass, and breastplate streamed with gore. Yet, as he saw the King advance, he strove even then to couch his lance. The effort was in vain, the spur stroke failed to rouse the horse. Wounded and weary, in mid-course he stumbled on the plain. Then foremost was the generous Bruce to raise his head, his helm to loose. "Lord Earl, the day is thine. My sovereign's charge and adverse fate have made our meeting all too late. Yet this may Argentine, as boon from ancient comrade, crave, a Christian's mass, a soldier's grave." Bruce pressed his dying hand, its grasp kindly replied, but in his clasp it stiffened and grew cold. And "Oh farewell," the victor cried, "of chivalry, the flower and pride, the arm in battle bold, the courteous mien, the noble race, the stainless faith, the manly face. Bid Ninian's convent light their shrine, for late wake of d'Argentine. Over better night on death bier laid, torch never gleamed, nor mass was said." Nor for d'Argentine alone, Through Ninian's church these torches shone, and rose the death prayer's awful tone. That yellow lustre glimmered pale on broken plate and bloodied mail, rent crest and shattered coronet of baron, earl, and banneret, and the best names that England knew claimed in the death prayer dismal due. Yet mourn not, land of fame, though never the leopards on thy shield retreated from so sad a field since Norman William came. Oft may thine annals justly boast of battles stern by Scotland lost. Grudge not her victory, when for her freeborn rights she strove, rights dear to all who freedom love, to none so dear as thee. Turn we to Bruce, whose curious ear must from Fitz Louis tidings hear. With him 100 voices tell of prodigy and miracle, for the mute page had spoke. Page, said Fitz Louis, rather say an angel sent from realms of day to burst the English yoke. I saw his plume and bonnet drop when hurrying from the mountain top. A lovely brow, dark locks that wave, to his bright eyes new lustre gave. A step as light upon the green as if his pinions waved unseen. Spoke he with none? With none. One word burst when he saw the island lord returning from the battlefield. What answer made the chief? He kneeled, durst not look up, but muttered low some mingled sounds that none might know, and greeted him twixt joy and fear, as being of superior sphere. Even upon Bannock's bloody plain, heaped then with thousands of the slain, mid victor monarchs' musings high, mirth laughed in good King Robert's eye. And bore he such angelic air, such noble front, such waving hair? Hath Ronald kneeled to him, he said? Then must we call the church to aid, our will be to the Abbot known, ere these strange news are wider blown. To Cambuskenneth straight he pass, and deck the church for solemn mass, to pay for high deliverance given a nation's thanks to gracious heaven. Let him array, besides, such state as should on princes' nuptials wait. Ourself the cause, through fortune's spite, that once broke short that spousal rite, ourself will grace with early morn the bridal of the Maid of Lorn.
Conclusion.
Go forth, my song, upon thy venturous way. Go boldly forth, nor yet thy master blame, who chose no patron for his humble lay, and graced thy numbers with no friendly name, whose partial zeal might smooth thy path to fame. There was, and oh, how many sorrows crowd into these two brief words, there was a claim, by generous friendship given, had fate allowed, it well had bid thee rank the proudest of the proud. All angel now, yet little less than all, while still a pilgrim in our world below. What vails it us that patience to recall, which hid its own to soothe all other woe? What vails to tell how virtue's purest glow shone yet more lovely in a form so fair? And least of all, what vails the world should know, that one poor garland twined to deck thy hair is hung upon thy hearse to droop and wither there. End of Canto 6th. End of The Lord of the Isles by Sir Walter Scott. Recorded by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com.